people across the roads. They need to have a complete, very clear boundary lines to define this is a place where you don't have to get into or something, and also it should be very clear to the traffic movement as well. There should be signs indicating the work going on and all.
Well, absolutely. The eyewitness over there picking out the problems that are there with this metro. And just look at those pictures that you have on your screen. I mean, it just appears to be an extremely shoddy job with no signages indicating perhaps that, you know, things are unstable in this part and commuters may take another route. So obviously questions are being raised as to how this civic apathy has led to the death of a 2.5-year-old and a 30-year-old woman who was his mother. And let's take a look at what else is making news this morning. According to the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister will inaugurate the 26th National Youth Festival in Hubballi, Karnataka on the 12th of January at around 4 in the evening. The festival will witness the Youth Summit, which will have plenary discussions on 5 themes stemming from G20 and Y20 events. Ahead of the 2023 Assembly elections, the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivakumar, along with party senior leader Siddaramaiah and others, announced the launch of the ambitious bus yatra that is known as Prajadhabi Yatra, which will begin from Bengaluru today. The BJP National President J.P. Nadda on Tuesday held a meeting with the party National General Secretaries at the party headquarters, in which issues relating to the Lok Sabha and the Assembly elections were discussed. According to sources, deep contemplation and brainstorming regarding the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, discussion on booth empowerment, intense brainstorming on the Lok Sabha Pravas, and the review of preparations for the National Executive meeting to be held in Delhi on the 16th and 17th were completed during the meeting. Delhi's Patiala House Court on Tuesday dismissed the bail petition of Mohammad Parvez, Mohammad Ilyas and Abdul Muqeet in a money laundering case registered by the Enforcement Directorate against the banned outfit, the Popular Front of India. Mohammad also Ilyas, as well as both others, recently moved court and sought bail on grounds that the ED in the present case had adopted delaying tactics and had not filed the complaint within time, as the accused, who are stated to be in judicial custody, are entitled for bail in view of the mandate of Section 167 of the CRPC. The Director General of Civil Aviation has issued a show-cause notice to the Chief Operations Officer of Go First Airlines as to why the enforcement action should not be taken against them for dereliction of their regulatory obligations. On Monday, the Delhi-bound Go flight G8116 took off from Bengaluru, leaving behind 55 passengers at Bangalore Airport. The matter has now come to the notice of the DGCA. 3 youths were arrested for vandalizing a liquor shop, thrashing the staff there after being refused liquor bottles by the staff. Now, according to police officials, the incident happened at the liquor shop in Dwarka Expressway, and an FIR has been registered against the 3 accused. They go by the names of Anil, Vishal and Harsh, who have now been arrested. Delhi Circuit Court extended the judicial custody of the main accused in the Shraddha Walkar murder case, Aftab Poonawala, for another 14 days. Now, he is produced physically before the judge in the lockup on the court premises. The court also directed jail authorities to provide warm clothes to Aftab. A court has adjourned the hearing of the bail plea of the accused in the Kanjawala hit and run case. The bail plea The Supreme Court posted for February 14th the hearing of a batch of petitions filed by the rival factions of Uddhav Thackeray and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde in relation to the Maharashtra political crisis. A 5-judge constitutional bench of Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Justice M.R. Shah, Krishna Murari, Hima Kohli and P.S. Narasimha confirmed the date. Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has granted sanction to prosecute the former JNU Students' Union Vice President and ISA member Shahla Masood for her tweets on the Indian Army. According to officials at the LG's office, the sanction related to a 2019 FIR against her under Section 153A of the IPC, registered at the Special Cell Police Station in New Delhi on the basis of a complaint by Alok Srivastav. Well, cracks have developed in more than 670 of about 4,500 buildings, including a local temple and a ropeway in Joshimath. Now, there are cracks on the pavements, the streets and even houses. The key transit point for tourists travelling to Badrinath and Hemkund Sahib is sinking. But the question is, who is to be blamed for this?
A key transit point for tourists travelling to Badrinath and Hemkund Sahib is sinking.
Marked now. This has been marked that they need to vacate it. They will have to leave. They will have to go. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. I'm moving toward a shop and a residence which is totally under this which is about to fall down. We have been told, and he has been categorically told that he will have to move. Look at this mark. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now.
Located at a height of 6,000 feet in Chamoli district, Joshimath falls in high-risk seismic zone 5. More than 561 houses in different areas of the town have developed cracks. It's not just the houses, but even the lands have developed cracks.
The shop, the cracks could be clearly seen there on the wall, and what I've been told that it's going up now. It's not limited to here only, but the damage is like increasing. Damage is going ahead. That is something what we are seeing. We can see like the movement. If we talk about this particular building, then this is moving. Like you can see the crack. You can see the crack, the distance, the gap in between what is coming.
A temple collapsed, which has alarmed residents living under constant fear of a major disaster.
Situation is getting more problematic for the people of Joshimath. I'm reporting from a house in Joshimath, and half an hour back I've been told this building collapsed. There you can see this was a temple which was here, and it is down now. It has collapsed. So there you can see the condition, as we were showing you the condition earlier also, how the cracks could be clearly seen. Even I'm standing on this particular house where this particular temple was, and now you can see it has already collapsed.
With lives and livelihoods hit, residents of Joshimath have now come out on the streets.
Family is sitting over there. They are not ready to move from there. They are saying that they are not going to move. And these are the live images from the Joshimath Malari Inn Hotel. And there you can see the police is trying to control the situation, and they are asking everybody to vacate this place. But on the other hand, this could be clearly seen that there behind the police deployment, this is like the family who's sitting over there.
But the question is, who is actually responsible for sinking of Joshimath? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's another day and another airline from Air India's P gate to leaving passengers stranded. The question that arises is, do airlines carry no moral responsibility? Is it us passengers that pay for tickets but get shafted at the end of the day? So what all can and will the airlines get away with?
Airlines kept silent as an elderly female passenger was urinated upon in a flight from New York to New Delhi.
Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Why are you not apologetic? Why are you not taking process?
Now it has emerged that over 50 passengers were left behind the Bengaluru airport as the flight took off to Delhi. Flights cannot wash their hands off these in-flight incidents. The DGCA has sought a report in 2 weeks. But the question remains, do airlines have no responsibility to passengers who pay through their nose for tickets? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, in Tamil Nadu, it's a mega government versus governor face-off. The DMK and his allies meet the Home Minister. The Jain community is to hit the streets of Hyderabad in protest of Soren's government. The government has declared their holy shrine as a tourist spot.
Step into luxury, where grace blends with grandeur and design blends with innovation. As your stress is washed away and you're transported in the lap of luxury. Cure European bath lounges. Let time wait.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duties. Sir, you did. Sir, what exactly? Sir, you guys didn't fulfill your duties. Why are you not in your apologetic? Why are you not in your process? Why are you not in your Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
Dramatic pictures of this protest, which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duties. Sir, you did. Sir, what exactly? Sir, you guys didn't fulfill your duties. Why are you not in your apologetic? Why are you not in your process? Why are you not in your Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
quick recap of the top headlines at 8:30 this morning. Anger across the nation over Bengaluru apathy. India says citizens matter and heads must roll. In Tamil Nadu, it's the government versus the governor face-off that's escalating. The DMK and its allies will meet the Home Minister today. Centre rushes teams to Joshimath as evacuation process gets underway. Demolition next. The Jain community is to hit the streets in Hyderabad in protest of the Soren government's move to declare their holy shrine as a tourist spot. And Air India P-Gate accused who urinated on a 70-year-old woman is to be produced before court. Now, the governor and the Tamil Nadu government have been at loggerheads over a range of issues. This time, the controversy erupted over an invitation to the Pongal festival. The state government claimed that the invitation sent by the government has the central government's emblem rather than the state government's emblem. Take a look.
The Tamil Nadu governor R.N. Ravi has sparked a fresh controversy. This time, the governor sent invitations for the Pongal festival with the union government's logo rather than that of the state government. Sharing the invitation on Twitter, the state minister pointed out the difference between invitations sent now and last year. According to the minister, the Tamil Nadu emblem is avoided in this year's invitation from the Raj Bhavan as it carries the phrase Tamil Nadu. Notably, Governor Ravi and his wife Lakshmi Ravi are the hosts of the Pongal festival taking place on January 12th at Raj Bhavan in Chennai. The controversy broke out a day after the governor and the government came to a confrontation in the State Assembly of Tamil Nadu.
As you can see, the Tandai Periyar Dravida Kazhagam cadres are conducting a protest, and right now they're all being arrested and taken for detention by the Chennai City Police. They have gathered here near the collector's office in order to protest against the Tamil Nadu governor, as the Tamil Nadu governor recently sparked a controversy about this state being Tamilagam and not Tamil Nadu. And now yesterday we saw how the Tamil Nadu State Assembly had completely seen a new different high because of the tussle that was going on between the governor and the government taking place in the assembly.
From a war of words to a war of emblems, the tussle has only intensified. The recent actions of Governor Ravi have been called out by the DMK and its allies. The BJP on the other side has come out in support of the governor.
What I would like to tell about this Twitter hashtag or for the posters, that too from an office bearer of the party. So the tolerance is the essence in democracy. When they are not tolerant to our own governor, then what kind of the democratic value that they can give to the society?
Governor Ravi and Chief Minister M.K. Stalin have been at loggerheads over a range of issues, and it remains to be seen how the things will settle down in the state. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, in a proud moment for India, S.S. Rajamouli's directed RRR has won the 80th edition of the Golden Globe Awards for Natu Natu in the Best Original Song Motion Picture category. The Telugu track is composed by the veteran music director M.M. Keeravani and penned by Kala Bhairava and Rahul Sipling. Now, the fast-paced song in the movie was performed by the lead actor of the film, N.T. Ramarao Jr. and Ram Charan. Well, the 80th Golden Globes, of course, kick-started Hollywood's awards season earlier RRR, directed by S.S. Rajamouli, won the Best Original Song for Natu Natu and is also competing for the Best Non-English Language Film. So that one is still to come. RRR, of course, starring Junior NTR and Ram Charan as real-life freedom fighters in the film, is the first Indian film to win a Golden Globe among Hollywood's most prestigious. The director Rajamouli, Junior NTR and Ram Charan, of course, with his wife Upasana Kemeneni, are attending the Golden Globes. Now, apart from RRR, the other notable nominees as the films were The Banshees of Inisherin and Everything Everywhere All at Once, which have 6 and 5 nominations each. So pictures on your screen are, of course, of the cast attending the Golden Globes ceremony. RRR, of course, is the first Indian film ever to win the Golden Globe. We are, of course, going to try and get you more details as to what happened at the ceremony, but the 80th Golden Globes kick-started Hollywood's award season earlier. The ceremony, of course, is being hosted in Los Angeles. RRR directed S.S. Rajamouli has won the Best Original Song for the song Natu Natu and is also competing for the Best Non-English Language Film category. So RRR, of course, starring Junior NTR and Ram Charan as a real-life freedom fighter, is the first Indian film ever to win a Golden Globe. Director Rajamouli, Junior NTR and Ram Charan, of course, along with his wife, are attending the Golden Globes. So an extremely proud moment for India. RRR now becomes the first film to have won a Golden Globe in the song category, the Best Original Motion Picture Song category. So pictures on your screen right now are of the cast of RRR as well at the Golden Globes. We're going to try and go across to our correspondents for more details. Now, Natu Natu has won in the Best Original Song category, and joining me on the phone line right now is Niranjan. Niranjan, a very proud moment for India, of course. This is the first time that an Indian film has won a Golden Globe.
Well, the film RRR has, it's one of the finest movies made in the recent past, and getting back-to-back recognition not just in India but around the world. And Rajamouli's RRR has now won the Best Original Song for Natu Natu at Golden Globe 2023. It's a Rajamouli film, and this has won at the 88th edition of the Golden Globe for the Best Original Song in the Motion Picture category. And just yesterday we had that short list of movies that are eligible to be nominated for the Oscars, and RRR was one of the movies on that list as well. So easily one of the best movies in the recent times, and it's broken all records at the box office. And now the track, Telugu track Natu Natu, which is composed by veteran music director M.M. Keeravani and penned by Kalabhairava and Rahul Sipliganj. Now the song was performed by the lead actors in the movie, both Junior NTR and Ram Charan. And this is the breaking news that we have. The announcement was made. The RRR star cast was also there celebrating, and the man behind the song, Keeravani, also received the award. So right. A big moment for India. I think they're looking forward also to what happens next. Around the world, this movie, especially the song, has received so much of a recognition, and all eyes on what next. Because at the Oscars, it's one of the movies that has been shortlisted. So it is a great time to be an observer of what's happening in the Indian cinema. Fantastic movies, especially regional movies from Andhra, from Karnataka, from Tamil Nadu. Movies that are overtaking Bollywood in many, many ways. So this is it's a fine moment, and I think we're all watching out for what happens at the Oscars. It's packing for now.
Right, Niranjan, thank you very much for that. So as Niranjan, of course, was pointing out, this film, of course, has been a huge success. It's grossed about 1,200 crore rupees worldwide. It is the third highest grossing Indian film ever, the second Telugu film ever. So recognition now coming in for the film's song Natu Natu, which has now won a Golden Globe. And here's a quick look at what else is making news across the world. A storm smashed across California that has left homes and streets flooded in the Central Valley city of Merced. Meanwhile, the next system in a powerful string of storms looms on the horizon. According to the California Department of Water Resources, the Fremont River is flowing and is forecast to flow for the next 5 days. Atmospheric pressure in California has resulted in this sudden increase in water pressure. Sarah Huckabee Sanders has been sworn in as Arkansas's 47th governor and the first woman to hold the office that her father once held. Her former White House press secretary took oath of office in the State House of Representatives. Protesters gathered in Mexico City to express their opposition about a new migration agreement forged between the US and Mexico. Demonstrations took place as the US President Joe Biden, the Mexican President Andres Lopez Obrador, and the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau held a meeting at the National Palace. Two Ventura County residents lost their home when floodwaters swept through their trailer park. Sinkholes swallowed cars and raging torrents swamped towns as California has been wrecked by more wild winter. Governor Gavin Newsom warned that more storms will come over the next week. He further added that 3 more of these atmospheric rivers are expected to come up in the next few days. A fireworks factory in northeastern Ukrainian city of Kharkiv was hit by a Russian strike. No casualties have been reported. The leaders of the United States, Canada and Mexico have wrapped up their North America's Leaders Summit, highlighting the hemispheric partnership between the nations on trade, migration and climate change. The chief of the IMF mission in Egypt has denoted that surging inflation in the African country was expected to fall by the next fiscal. Ivana Holler said that increasing prices were expected to remain elevated this year. You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, anger across the nation over the Bengaluru apathy. India says citizens matter and heads must roll. And the centre rushes teams to Joshimath as evacuation process gets underway.
Step into luxury, where grace blends with grandeur and design blends with innovation. As your stress is washed away and you're transported in the lap of luxury. Queue European bath lounges. Let time wait.
Dramatic pictures of this protest, which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duties. Sir, you did. Sir, what exactly? Sir, you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why you not in your apologetic? Why you not in your senses? Why you not in your senses? Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
Dramatic pictures of this protest which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party.
Welcome back. Now, after the IAS Officers Association protested regarding vigilance case against the IAS officer Neelima, the Chief Minister has now sought a report from the CS. The IAS officer Neelima was booked by the Vigilance Department, but others in support of her gathered and questioned the action of the Vigilance Committee. Now, the IAS Officers Association has said that a case against the IAS officer Neelima was registered without getting sanction from the Chief Minister. Amandeep is reporting on this from Chandigarh. He joins us live now. Amandeep, good morning. Give us more details into what has happened in the past 24 hours. And a lot has happened because we understand that there were about 50 IAS officers who actually threatened to go on strike.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. And in fact, these IAS Officers Association has directly raised the question regarding the vigilance action against their own IAS officer. And even they have claimed that Vigilance Bureau has all flouted the rules, and in fact, no sanction has been taken from the Chief Minister while registering a case against an serving IAS officer. And in fact, now following that protest, Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has written a very harsh letter to Chief Secretary seeking a report on this entire matter. And in fact, he has also summoned the details and the records from the Vigilance Bureau that who has given the sanction to register a case against a serving IAS officer. And in fact, with whose permission? Is there any violation of the rules? This entire letter has been issued by the Chief Minister himself to the Chief Secretary and asked him to report the entire matter, to detail each and every single record of the vigilance. Just because, Nupur, on January 5, a case has been registered by the Vigilance Bureau against ex-Minister Sundar Sham Arora, and even IAS officer Neelima is also accused in that case. And in fact, after that, this Association of IAS Officers in Punjab, they held a meeting together, and later they have raised the issue with the Chief Minister that Vigilance has not taken any kind of nods from the Chief Minister while registering a case against IAS officer. And even that is a violation of the rule. And in fact, now this is between Chief Minister and IAS Association. And meanwhile, they have also decided, the entire association has decided to bear all the expenses. In fact, the legal expenses of IAS officer Neelima, who is facing a corruption case against her. So that the tussle is entirely escalating in Punjab between Punjab Chief Minister and IAS Association.
All right.
Yes, no.
All right, Amandeep, thank you very much for joining us with those details. So Amandeep, of course, taking us through this escalation that has taken place between the Chief Minister and the IS officers department. You are with Republic TV. On the other side, anger across the nation over Bengaluru apathy. India says citizens matter and heads must roll. And Air India P-Gate accused will be in court today.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duty. Sir, you did. Sir, what exactly? Sir, you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why are you not in your process? Why are you not in your process? Ashamed of yourself, Shankar, are you?
Dramatic pictures of this protest which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting
Welcome back. Now, in an interview with organizer and Panchjanya, the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat cleared the Sangh's position and said that Muslims have nothing to fear in India. Here's a report on that.
While giving an interview to the Sangh magazine organizer, the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat cleared Sangh's stance on the minority community. According to him, there is no harm to the Muslims living today in India. Muslims must abandon their boisterous rhetoric of supremacy. Claiming that the Hindu society is in the midst of yet another war, Bhagwat said that this war is not against an enemy outside, but against an enemy within. According to him, there is a war to defend Hindu society, Hindu dharma, and Hindu culture. Foreign invaders are no longer there, but foreign influences and foreign conspiracies have continued. The interview was conducted by organizer editor Prafulla Ketkar and Panchjanya editor Hitesh Shankar. Clearing the stance, the RSS chief has delivered loud and clear that India has no space for supremacy ideology. Bureau report for Republic TV.
The centre rushes teams to Joshimath as the evacuation process gets underway. Demolitions will take place next. And the Jain community continues its protest to hit the streets in Hyderabad over the Jharkhand government's decision to declare their holy shrine a tourist spot.
Live from Bommai grave.
Somewhere down the line, the Russian troops have crossed the line. Here you have bodies of children, bodies of women packed in a bag, and they've been dumped here. These are the images which shows you the reality of what really happened in the city of Bucha.
President Zelensky, the reason NATO is not giving you cover is because they are worried about a larger escalation by Russia.
When they felt that the other side is weak, Russia has been using their atmosphere as a weapon.
We don't preach journalism. We practice it.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
So were you negligent, sir? Sir, you didn't perform your duty. So what exactly? So you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why are you not in your apologetic? Why are you not in your process? Why are you not in your... Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you...
Dramatic pictures of this protest which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
So were you negligent? So you didn't perform your duty. So what exactly? So you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why you not in your apologetic? Why you not in your process? Why you not in your Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
Top headlines at 9 a.m. Anger across the nation over the Bengaluru killer apathy. India says citizens matter and heads must roll. In Tamil Nadu, it's a mega government versus governor face-off. DMK and allies to meet Home Minister Amit Shah. Center rushes teams to Joshimath as evacuation process gets underway. Demolition next. Jain community to hit the streets of Hyderabad in protest of Soren's government move to declare Holy Shrine as a tourist spot. And Air India P-Gate accused who urinated on a 70-year-old to be produced before court today. And our top focus remains the Bengaluru civic apathy that claimed lives of two, which involved a 2.5-year child as well. We are getting in the first response of Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, who said that strict action should be taken against the accused, in fact those involved in the construction of that pillar. Not just this, we've also accessed the FIR that's been registered in this case. We're given to understand that the FIR has been registered against 4 parties. The complaint that was lodged by the victim's husband. The FIR has been filed against the site engineers, metro contractors, site in charge officers, as well as the RCL officers. So those are the details that are just trickling in. We'll go across to Prajwal as well to get us more details of this FIR that we've accessed in connection with the Bengaluru civic apathy case, which claimed lives of 2 just yesterday. So Republic having accessed the FIR that's been registered in this case, in which 4 parties have been mentioned, which includes the site engineers, the metro contractors, the site in charge officers, as well as the BMRCL officers. However, this FIR does not mention the name of the contractor and it says unknown. So the FIR there on your screens right now. Also on the other side, those are the visuals from that incident spot where the accident happened, claiming 2 lives. Also the visuals in which you can see there is another structure which seems to be on the verge of collapse, thereby raising concerns as to if this tragedy which could happen next and what measures can be taken to avert any future tragedy. But the FIR is the latest that's been filed in this case against 4 accused. Prajwal joining us for more details on that. Prajwal, if you can take us through the latest you're picking up in terms of the FIR that's been filed against 4 parties in this case.
Now, Samiksha, we had initially gone on to mention that filing a watertight case in this particular case was very important because of the fact that these people are in places of power, they are in powerful positions and they will get away easily. And the FIR also highlights that as well, because now no name of the contractor has been mentioned. And it is a public information for everybody to know that Nagarjuna Corporation in Hyderabad is the public contractor of the metro project which has been taken place. So why has the name of the company not been mentioned? That is point 1. Secondly, now they have also mentioned about site engineers,
on-site
Prajwal, there seems to be a network problem. We'll try connecting with Prajwal again. But just to take our viewers to the latest that we are picking up, an FIR that's finally been registered in this case, which involves 4 parties. We're also given to understand that this FIR that's been filed in this case does not mention the name of the contractor, and which is something which would raise eyeballs as well as to why the contractor has not been mentioned in this FIR that's been registered against 4 people in this case, which involves the site engineers, the metro contractors, the site in charge officers, as well as the BMRCL officers as well. Now, remember, BMRCL is the same company that was in charge of carrying out the construction work that was involved in carrying out the construction work in this particular site. But on that note, we are also getting in the first reaction from Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, who's called for strict action, in fact legal action against those directly involved in the construction of the pillar, which led to the tragedy where 2 people lost their lives involving a 2.5-year-old child.
ಕಾನೂನಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ಕ್ರಮ ತೆಗೆದುಕೋಬೇಕು. ಒಂದು ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾವುದೋ ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟವರಲ್ಲ, ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರು ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತು ಯಾರಾದರೂ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಬಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಸಸ್ಪೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಯಾರು ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಯಾವ ಕಂಪ್ನಿ ಇದೆ, ಅವರ ಪ್ರಮುಖರು ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸನ್ನು ದಾಖಲೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾವುದೋ ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟರ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡೋಂಗಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಡಿ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಬುಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಒಂದು ತನಿಖೆಯನ್ನು ಹೈಯರ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ತನಿಖೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾಳೆ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಪರಿಹಾರ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅವರು 20 ಲಕ್ಷ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾಕೆ ಹಿಂಗಾಯಿತು, ಇಷ್ಟು ಅನ್ಸೇಫಾಗಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರು ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರು ಅದನ್ನು ಪತ್ತೆ ಹಚ್ಚಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮುಂದೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಆಗದಂತೆ ಮುಂಜಾಗ್ರತಾ ಕ್ರಮ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ತನಿಖೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲಿ ಏನು ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಇದೆ ಅದು ಮುಂದೆ ಆಗದಂತೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎರಡಕ್ಕೂ ಕ್ರಮ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
So there you heard the first response coming in from Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, who's called for stringent action, a legal action against those directly involved in carrying out the construction work at this particular place. In fact, we also spoke to an eyewitness of this shocking civic apathy, who highlighted that even as this issue was raised a few days back, that a structure could collapse in this particular site, no action was taken by the authorities.
His wife was laying on the road under all of these iron rods. We just got her somehow. Me and few of others just got her out of the rods and everything, and we just moved her to the hospital just across the road. It's really very disturbing to me. Right from the morning, it's been really in my mind. Let it be anyone's kid. If there is any injury to any of the kid, it really disturbs us. And there are so many pillars on this road. Don't know which is going to collapse when. If this has happened, it might happen with the other pillars as well. What I would request to the government is that just have a very clarity check on all of them. We are not really sure that any of the pillars might come down at any time. So metro construction isn't a very small construction or something, but it's a very huge project. So in that case, they need to be very cautious with the movement of the traffic, even for the safety of the people across the roads. They need to have a complete, very clear boundary lines to define this is a place where you don't have to get into or something, and also it should be very clear to the traffic movement as well. There should be signs indicating the work going on and all.
So the eyewitness there narrating the unfortunate incident to have happened just yesterday in Bengaluru, in which 2 people lost their lives, a mother and a 2.5-year-old child. The question we are asking here as to who is to be held accountable and how can civic issues such as these can be ignored. Also remember, just a few days back, a BJP leader made those remarks where he said, in fact, call these civic issues as not a matter of concern and term these as not so significant and an issue. In fact, on that note, a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. As anger across the country continues to mount, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has assured legal action against the senior officials and those directly involved in the matter. Eyewitness of Bengaluru killer civic apathy narrated the horror, expressing disappointment over the negligence. He said that accidents are common on this road due to lack of signboards.
I was sitting in my cabin and I was just having a view of the road and everything.
In Tamil Nadu, it's a mega government versus governor face-off as the DMK leaders and allies to meet Home Minister Amit Shah and President Draupadi Murmu, Governor Ravi and Chief Minister M.K. Stalin have been at loggerheads over a range of issues, which also includes his refusal to approve 20 bills. And cracks on walls and roads, buildings on verge of collapse. The situation in Joshimath continues to be grim. The centre has also rushed teams to Joshimath as evacuation process gets underway. Demolition is set to take place next. Jain community to hit the streets of Hyderabad in protest of Soren's government move to declare Holy Shrine as a tourist spot. Air India P-Gate accused Shankar Mishra, who urinated on a 70-year-old co-passenger, to be produced before court this morning. The Defence Ministry has approved 3 procurement proposals at a total cost of 4,276 crore rupees to bolster the combat capabilities of the armed forces along the line of actual control with China. The procurement proposals were declared by the Defence Acquisition Council headed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. A large number of tribals assembled near the Parasnand Hills in Jharkhand's Giri district, urging the state government as well as the centre to free their holy site from the clutches of the Jain community. They also warned of severe agitation if their demands were not met. Nearly 70 bulldozers and excavators cleared 200 hectares of forest land in Assam's Lakhimpur district on Tuesday, affecting over 201 families, most of whom are Bengali-speaking Muslims. The rest of the land remaining, which is nearly 200 hectares, will be cleared today. According to the PMO, Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate the 26th National Youth Festival in Hubballi, Karnataka on 12th of January at around 4 p.m. The festival will witness the Youth Summit, which will witness plenary discussions on 5 themes stemming from G20 and Y20 events. Alright, to more news break coming in, this one from Coimbatore, where we're given to understand that the NIA has taken the 4 accused of the Coimbatore car blast case and has also conducted an investigation in the midnight at the house of the deceased Mubin, as well as those accused in this case. The latest coming in this hour that the National Investigation Agency, having taken 4 accused in the Coimbatore car blast case, and also conducted an investigation late last night at the house of the deceased Mubin and others accused. It was around 11:30 p.m. that the NIA took the 4 accused in this case to the house of the deceased. And Varshini breaking those details for us. Varshini, take us through the latest you are picking up in the Coimbatore blast probe. The NIA having taken the 4 accused in this case to the house of the deceased late last night.
Well, definitely, yes, Samiksha. If you see, the NIA has been actively conducting investigation in this particular Coimbatore blast case for the past 2 months after it took over the Coimbatore blast case incident. And if you see, the 11 people are currently under custody, judicial custody for having involvement in this Coimbatore blast case. And previously, the NIA took 5 people under the custody and they were investigating with them. And now they have taken another 6 accused under custody and they are investigating with them. And out of that 6 people, 4 of them were taken to Jamesha Mubin, the deceased's house into the Kotemedi area of the Coimbatore district, and they were investigating with the 4 people. And we also hear that they were investigating regarding the materials procured from Jamesha Mubin's house. And we also hear that these 4 of them have been taken to Sanofer Ali, one of the accused house in the other areas called Ukkadam as well, and they were also investigated. And therefore, this investigation took place at around 11:30 p.m. last night. And we're also hearing about how NIA has been, conducting the initial investigation in Chennai, but just to take these accused to the house of Jamisha Mubin and Sanofer Ali. They've now moved to Coimbatore to conduct further investigation on this matter. As of now, the details that we are picking up is that these accused are in the custody of NIA and investigations are ongoing. Further details on this matter are awaited as we speak.
Yes, Varshini, stay with us. Talking about this particular case, talk to us about, the extent of radicalization which happened of the accused in this case. And is there a larger terror plot or a module that seems to be, that was at play when we talk about this particular blast?
Absolutely, yes, Samiksha. As you see, the accused that we are talking about, be it Jamisha Mubin or the other people along with him who were arrested initially, were a part of a big radicalization that took place in Coimbatore. And these people have severe links connecting them to people from Alluma as well. One of the accused, Talka's father, was the founder of Alluma in Coimbatore. Therefore, there has been a severe radicalization issue going on. And later, we also broke the documents, the diary that was procured from Jamisha Mubin's house, which proved us how he had been teaching his friends and, talking about jihad and also about what the Quran teaches. Therefore, there has been an issue of radicalization that has been majorly found in this particular case, and we also found a lot of evidence later on about how Jamisha Mubin and other members, including Mohammed Riaz and Nawaz, had been having links with terrorists, other terror accused related to the Sri Lankan Easter bombing case, who are currently serving prison time in Kerala. Therefore, there has been radicalization definitely a part of this whole blast scenario. But unless NIA comes up with a detailed report on this matter, we will not have documented proof on that. But that is also expected to come out very soon.
Absolutely. Varshini, thank you for the moment. So the National Investigation Agency looking into the deeper nexus here, a deeper terror module that was at play, especially in relation to the Coimbatore blast case, where the 4 accused were given to understand were taken late last night to the house of the deceased in this case. For now, to more news break coming in, this one from Joshimath. The latest we are learning from Joshimath, where the situation remains very grim. The demolition of 2 precariously standing hotels in subsidence at Joshimath in Uttarakhand will be taking place, but we are given to understand that there were protests that were staged by the locals on the issues of compensation, while more families have also been evacuated from the danger zone, as the number of those affected houses have further risen to over 700. So people there left high and dry and seem to be running from pillar to post when it comes to giving compensation, as well as the evacuation process which is being carried out in Joshimath. Several of those families who are left on the streets to fend for themselves, whose livelihoods have also been affected as a result of the situation unraveling in Joshimath. Anuj joining us live from Joshimath to take us to the latest. Anuj, talk us about the demolition process. How much of that is going to be handled by the centre in terms of giving compensation and shelters to those whose livelihood as well as households have been hit?
Well, if we talk about yesterday, then we have seen the people of Joshimath on the street, and they were protesting about it. They want assurance that what exactly is going to be the compensation and how it is going to be the future. If we talk about the future strategy, what is going to be the planning of the state authority, what is going to be the planning of the state administration, how they are going to be compensated. That's something their demand was. On the other hand, let me tell you that this is going to be an important meeting today, which is already lined up at 9:30. There is going to be the top officials and the top administration officials, rather we should say, of Joshimath, including the DM and the other officials who will be chairing this particular meeting, and the locals will be there. Our delegation of the local will be there, who will be discussing about the future strategy, that they want the assurance in written. The assurance was given yesterday also. We have seen in the morning itself yesterday, it was the process which was started. The SDRF team, the local police, the expert was there. But on the other hand, it was not allowed. There was the due process which was completed, but the locals was there on the street. They were saying that we want the assurance in written. That is something what is going to happen today when 9:30. This is going to be an important meeting with the locals and the administration. So there they are going to decide about the future course of action, and they want the assurance in written. That is something which was decided and last night. We have seen the numbers of people who was there on the street, and they were saying it again and again that we are not going to move like this. We are not going to allow any kind of this kind of thing, and they were very clear that we want assurance in written. That's something what we have seen yesterday. On the other hand, yes, the experts are trying to find out the reason behind these cracks, what exactly has happened. Yesterday it was none other but MOS Defense who visited the place. He also gave the assurance to the people that government is standing with you, the central government is standing with you. On the other hand, this was none other but the Chief Minister himself, who on that very side has promised the people that yes, you are going to get each and every help from the state government and the local administration, but the people are still on the streets and they are protesting. They want assurance in written. Yes.
Absolutely. Anuj, just stay with us, and talking about the MOS Defense having taken stock of this, let's listen into that exclusive conversation you had with Ajay Bhatt just yesterday after Ajay Bhatt visited the affected region.
इधर आर्मी के क्षेत्र में भी काफी क्रैक्स आ गए हैं। हमने वहां से आर्मी को हटा के दूसरी जगह रख लिया है और सुरक्षित है। और कहीं कहीं पर हम दिन में काम करवाते हैं लेकिन रात को सोने नहीं देते हैं। और जनता की सुविधा के लिए हमारी यहाँ की ब्रिगेड बिल्कुल हर समय तैयार है। करीब 10 या 11 तो हमने दस्ते तैयार कर दिए हैं, हर प्रकार के, इंजीनियरिंग से संबंधित होंगे, मेडिकल से संबंधित होंगे, जो जिस चीज का, आप ड्रिंकिंग वाटर से संबंधित होंगे, उसमें 100 से 150 लोग हमारे पास रहते हैं। 500 लोग तो हमने हर समय तैयार करे हुए हैं। और जो ब्रिगेड है, पूरी ब्रिगेड है, अगल बगल में पूरी आर्मी है हमारी, थोड़ी थोड़ी दूरी पर, वो भी सबको इंटीमेशन है कि कैसी भी स्थिति आएगी चौकन्ना रहना है। और हमारा जो आईटीबीपी है वो भी यहाँ पर आ चुकी है, यहाँ पर है, यानी कि ये समझिए कि स्टैंड बाय में सब यहाँ पर हैं, जरूरत पड़ने पर बुला भी रहे हैं। हर प्रकार की व्यवस्था सरकार कर रही है। और केंद्र सरकार, आप सब जानते हैं कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी पल पल की खबर ले रहे हैं। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी यहाँ से हर चीज की मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। और मैं समझता हूँ कि ये थोड़ा सा कष्टकारी तो है कि हमें अपने घर छोड़ने पड़ रहे हैं। और किराए के मकान को भी जब हम छोड़ के जाते हैं मोहल्ले से तो बहुत दर्द होता है, हम भावुक होते हैं। लेकिन ये तो मेहनत से बनाए मकान हैं, किसी ने पेंशन से बनाए, किसी ने दुकानदारी करी, बिजनेस करा, और कोई मजदूरी से खून पसीना करके अपने छोटे छोटे मकान बनाए थे। लेकिन मजबूरी ये है कि इस समय पहली प्राथमिकता हमारी अपने लोगों के जीवन को बचाना है। इस नाते से जो खाली कर रहे हैं उनकी व्यवस्था भी की जाएगी। जो मकान बिल्कुल ढह गए हैं उनको तोड़ने की व्यवस्था, आदेश भी दिए गए हैं। आपदा एक्ट जो है हमारा, उसके अंतर्गत कुछ मकान या होटल्स जो बिल्कुल लटक गए हैं उनको तोड़ भी रहे हैं। ये सब जनहित के लिए हो रहा है। भूगर्भ शास्त्रियों की जब रिपोर्ट आएगी तब हम सही बता पाएंगे कि वास्तविकता क्या है, किसकी वजह से हो रहा है। जब तक उनकी रिपोर्ट नहीं आती है तब तक ये हो रहा है, वो हो रहा है, इसकी वजह से हुआ, वो कम से कम हम नहीं बोल पाएंगे और ना हमारी वजह से बोलने से कुछ होने वाला है। क्योंकि जिस तरह से एक डॉक्टर किसी मरीज का पूरी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन करता है, सिर दर्द है, ये किस कारण से है, ठंडे से है या अन्य कारण से है, या फिर कहीं हार्ट अटैक तो नहीं हो रहा, कोई माइनर अटैक तो नहीं आ रहा है, या कोई हार्ट फेलियर तो नहीं हो रहा है, वो अलग है। तो उसकी जांच डॉक्टर ही करके बताएंगे। इसी तरह से जब तक हमारे जियोलॉजिस्ट कोई रिपोर्ट नहीं दे देते हैं तब तक हम कुछ भी नहीं कहते हैं। लेकिन जो भी होगा उसका मुकाबला सरकार करेगी, हम करेंगे।
And Anuj, of course, continues to be with us, reporting live from Joshimath. Anuj, in bullet points, if you can help us understand the measures that have been taken by the centre, because these people have been living at this place for years, their livelihood has taken a hit. They would be deprived of permanent shelters. Is there any solution that the centre has offered when it comes to permanent settlement for these people?
Well, Centre, let me tell you, has given the assurance that they are going to get the permanent solution also. But till now, let me tell you, the Central, we should talk about the state also. We have seen Pushkar Singh Dhami talking about the same. We have seen MOS Defence talking about the same. We have seen the Prime Minister's office intervening into the matter. Their first priority is to evacuate, to get this place vacant. That is something what has been stated by each and every one. They are looking deep into the angle that what exactly would have been the reason why this is happening in Joshimath. But their first priority is to evacuate the place and the people, so that nobody should get hurt or nobody should get into any kind of problem. Their first priority is to evacuate. That is something what has been stated. On the other hand, if we talk about the current situation, yes, the shelter homes are there. Even the hotels has been taken in custody to provide shelters to these people. The hotels, the schools, the Nagar Nigam offices has been taken in custody to provide shelters to more than 600 families. But the first priority is to relocate. Then the assurance has been given by the centre, as it was none other but the MOS Defence himself, who was stating it very clearly that this is the vision of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is very clear, who is going to help each and every citizen of Joshimath. And there we are giving assurance to the people that whosoever is in problem because of this particular cracks and this problem which is being faced by the Joshimath, then he will be getting assurance, he will be getting the help, he will be getting the compensation, the families will be getting the compensation. That's the assurance, something which has been given by the centre. So that is what centre is working on. They want the safety of the people. That is the first priority of the central government, and the state government is also working on the same. Their first priority is to get this place vacant so that nobody got hurt. So that is something on what the state and the central working together. Yes.
Absolutely. Anuj, thank you for the moment. So as Anuj was telling us, still no permanent solution in sight. But yes, right now those locals who are currently being vacated and shifted to safer locations as we speak. The visuals we are putting on our screens right now is of those officials, the NDRF as well as the SDRF personnel who've been deployed to aid in the relief rescue operations. But several, or in fact hundreds and thousands of those residents who've been running a pillar to post when it comes to their livelihood, their permanent residences which have been affected as a result of the land subsidence being seen in the holy town. A very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you the latest from Hyderabad, where the Jain community will hit the streets in protest of sovereign government's move to declare holy shrine as a tourist spot. And Air India P-Gate accused who urinated on a 70-year-old will be produced before court today.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
So were you negligent? So you didn't perform your duty? So what exactly? So you guys didn't fulfill your duty? Why you not in this? Why you not in this? Why you not in this? Are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
Dramatic pictures of this protest, which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in here by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duty. Sir, you did. Sir, what exactly? Sir, you guys did fulfill your duty. Why are you not in your apologetic? Why are you not in your senses? Why are you not in your senses? Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
Top headlines at 9:30. Anger across nation over the Bengaluru killer apathy. India says citizens matter and heads must roll. In Tamil Nadu, it's a mega governor versus government face-off. DMK and allies to meet Home Minister Amit Shah. Centre rushes teams to Joshimath as evacuation process gets underway. Demolition next. Jain community to hit the streets of Hyderabad in protest of Soren's government move to declare Holy Shrine as a tourist spot. And Air India P-Gate accused who urinated on a 70-year-old to be produced before court today. Alright, we start with Newsbreak coming in. This one from Maharashtra, where it's a fresh trouble for Mahavikas Aghadi leader, as we are given to understand that the ED is conducting searches at a location that is linked to former minister and NCP leader Hassan Mushrif in connection with a case related to sugar mill corruption. The ED searches are underway in Pune and Kolhapur as we speak. And Alisha is joining us to give us more details. Alisha, take us to the latest you are picking up on the ED searches which are underway. All right, we'll try connecting with her again, but that's the latest coming in from Maharashtra, where ED searches are underway in Pune and Kolhapur. It's a fresh trouble for Mahavikas Aghadi leader as the ED is conducting searches at a location related to a former minister and NCP leader. Alisha is back with us. Alisha, take us through the details you're picking up.
Samiksha, it was complaint that was given against Hassan Mushrif, who is a former minister as well as now the senior NCP leader. The allegations that was accusing him of committing a fraud worth ₹100 crore involving the Appa Sahib cooperative sugar mill, in which it has been said that there was a money that was transferred through shell companies from Kolkata Not only this, but we know that last year the sugar mill was handed over to a private firm which does not have any prior experience running a mill without a transparent bidding process, after which it is also alleged that Mushrif's son-in-law was the Benami owner of the private firm. And it is the enforcement directors who is being looking into the matter. They have registered right after the raid that was conducted earlier by Income Tax Department, but now it's an enforcement directorate right after the corruption charges that has been leveled against Hassan Mushrif and his family members as well. After which it has been known that ED is being conducting searches at a location related to Hassan Mushrif, and that is a multiple location that has been where the searches has been conducted, including in Pune and Kolhapur.
Alisha, stay with us. If you could once again talk us through the details of this case, the raids which are related to the sugar mills corruption. If you can take us through the details of the accused, others accused in this case, and more details on that.
Directed who has sought additional information specifically from a complainant, and moreover it's Hassan Mushrif, which claimed that it was how he got 127 crore allegedly got transferred to his company. Not only this, but it has also been claimed that 98 crores was transferred to the Sir Senapati Santaji Corporate Sugar Factory Limited, in which Mushrif's family members are the directors, two bogus firms. And in overall, it's been under 100 crore, where it has been, information that has been sought to enforcement director, after which the action is being initiated by enforcement director, where multiple locations across Maharashtra, specifically in Pune and Kolhapur, which is related to former minister and executive leader Hassan Mushrif. So these are the premises as of now is being searched by enforcement director.
All right, Alisha, thank you for the moment. So, Alisha getting us that news break from Maharashtra, where ED searches are underway in locations including Pune and Kolhapur, and it's the former Maharashtra minister who is in the dock, Hassan Mushrif, in connection with the case related to sugar mills corruption. And on to more news break coming in, this one from the national capital, where the BJP Delhi has accused the ruling party, the Aam Aadmi Party, of using taxpayers' money to fund personal legal costs in a letter to Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena. The Delhi BJP has even accused AAP of fraudulently using taxpayers' money. The letter states that the AAP co-founder Rahul Mehra was using taxpayers' money for his personal gains. Not just that, the BJP has also claimed that one of the torchbearers of the JNCTD is Manish Sisodia, the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister. We have Piyush Mishra breaking that story for us. Piyush, if you can give us the details of what are those claims they're being made by the BJP when it comes to the malpractices which the BJP has alleged on part of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, certainly, Samiksha, this is now going to stir another controversy in national capital, as Delhi BJP has written a letter to Delhi Lieutenant Governor, where it has demanded LG to take actions against Aam Aadmi Party leaders. In fact, in its letter, Delhi LG has mentioned as to how a whopping amount has been paid to Abhishek Manu Singhvi, as he is fighting the case of Aam Aadmi Party leaders. In fact, another allegation which has been leveled is that Rahul Mehra, who is also an Aam Aadmi Party leader, he has been paid more than 5 crore rupees in the last 2 years, as he has been fighting the cases of Aam Aadmi Party leaders. It is important to highlight that Delhi BJP is alleging that this money has been paid using the taxpayers' money, and this is not the first time that this is happening. Remember that during the case which Arvind Kejriwal was also fighting against Arun Jaitley, in that particular case also the money which was paid to the then lawyer of Arvind Kejriwal, Ram Jethmalani, was also paid through the exchequer's money. And now BJP has come out and raised this issue, and that is what we are hearing, that BJP is going to seek Lieutenant Governor to intervene in this by pointing out about how the taxpayers' money is being used to pay for the lawyers, the expensive lawyers, those are being hired by Aam Aadmi Party leaders. We'll have to wait and watch how LG office is going to respond to that, but certainly massive controversy has erupted, and this after the kind of brawl we also saw there at the Civic House. Now another controversy which is now taking place where Delhi BJP is writing to Delhi LG demanding actions and in fact raising the point as to how taxpayers' money is being used by Aam Aadmi Party leaders to fund their lawyers. Those they hire for their own personal private cases.
Yes. Piyush, stay with us. If you can share more details with us, any ballpark figure we are looking at how much of that taxpayers' money was allegedly used by the Aam Aadmi Party for their personal benefits?
Well, in that particular letter, it has been mentioned that more than 5 crore rupees has been paid so far in the last 2 years to Rahul Mehra, who is also Aam Aadmi Party leader, and that money has been taken out from the exchequer's money, which means that Delhi government is funding him. Earlier also, this happened during the case when Ram Jethmalani was hired for Arvind Kejriwal. Also, Abhishek Manu Singhvi has also been paid a whopping amount using taxpayers' money, as he has also been hired by Aam Aadmi Party leaders for their personal and private cases. So this is going to stir massive controversy, as not only this amount has been mentioned in that particular letter, but also Delhi BJP is mentioning how Enforcement Directorate continues to investigate the liquor policy and it has not given any kind of clean sheet to Manish Sisodia, and that case is also being fought by expensive lawyers, and money which is being paid to these lawyers is being taken out from Exchequer's fund. We'll have to wait and watch how Lieutenant Governor is going to look into it. But yes, some serious allegation coming in at the part of Delhi BJP as far as paying whopping amount to these expensive lawyers is concerned.
Well, absolutely, Piyush. Thank you for taking us through those details. It remains to be seen the kind of response that also comes up from the Aam Aadmi Party, because remember in the past, several such allegations, corruption allegations have been made on the Aam Aadmi Party, which they term as political vendetta. For now, to more news coming in from across the country. As anger across the country continues to mount over the civic apathy in Bengaluru that claimed 2 lives, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai assured legal action against the senior officials and those directly involved in the matter. Eyewitness of Bengaluru killer's civic apathy narrated the horror, expressing disappointment over the negligence. The eyewitness said that accidents are common on this on the road due to lack of signboards.
Just sitting in my cabin and I was just having a view of the road and everything. So suddenly we heard sounds coming up and I was just seeing that the entire pillar just collapsed on the road. And they were, unfortunately, we had one family who was just passing by on a bike with 2 kids and husband and wife. So luckily the husband just was not been injured also, wherein it was very sad to see that a 2 to 3 years of kid was been hurt.
In Tamil Nadu, it's a mega government versus governor face-off as DMK leaders and allies will be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah and President Draupadi Murmu. The governor as well as Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, remember, have been in loggerheads over a range of issues, including the refusal of the governor to approve 20 bills. All right, to more news break coming in. We're now getting in the first visuals of the ED searches which are taking place in Maharashtra, in Kolhapur and Pune to be precise. The searches that are linked to former minister and NCP leader Hassan Mushrif. Remember, ED is conducting searches at a location. In fact, these locations that are linked to former Maharashtra minister. So the first visuals there on your screens of the searches being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate in Kolhapur and Pune as we speak. These searches for which the former Maharashtra minister and NCP leader is in the dock. NCP leader Hassan Mushrif is under lens of the Enforcement Directorate. Alisha joining us for more details on that. Alisha, take us through the details you're picking up.
Well, we know that the Enforcement Directorate in an alleged corruption charges specifically related to a sugar mill where the enforcement is conducting searches in a location related to former minister and NCP leader Hassan Mushrif, and his premises is being searched as of now, specifically in Pune and Kolhapur. Also, we can see in the visuals as well that Hassan Mushrif supporters has been gathered right outside the premises, which is being now served by enforcement directorate. But it is an allegation over 100 crore corruption in Allah Sahib and Alaude Sugar Factory in Kolhapur, where through a private firm, it is Hassan Mushrif is the person who was benefited, and he's been owned by his own relatives, is what he said. Not only this, but it is in a complaint to the enforcement directorate, it was also Kirit Somaya, who has given some of the documents related to the case, and it was a sugar factory. It also claimed that it was a sugar factory that was taken over by Brick India Private Limited, in which Hassan Mushrif, a relative, is a Benami owner. Not only this, but it has also been claimed that the sugar factory was given to Brick to operate for 10 years in 2014 without following any binding process. And it is around 7,185 shares of the sugar factory that are held by SU Corporation, a shelf company used by Mushrif to park the money. So this is what an allegation that is being leveled against Hassan Mushrif and his relative, where the enforcement directorate is being conducting searches right now in Pune and Kolhapur.
All right, Alisha, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you for the latest on that. So, the first visuals there on your screens of the ED searches being carried out at former Maharashtra ministers, at locations linked to the former Maharashtra minister. Slipping into a very short break for now, but news breaks to continue on the other side of this very short break. In Tamil Nadu, it's a mega governor versus government face-off, DMK and allies to meet Home Minister Amit Shah. And centre rushes teams to Joshimatta's evacuation process gets underway. Demolition set to be next.
Step into luxury, where grace blends with grandeur and design blends with innovation. As your stress is washed away and you're transported in the lap of luxury. Cure European bath lounges. Let time wait.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Dramatic pictures of this protest, which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
So were you negligent? So you didn't perform your duties? So what exactly? So you guys didn't fulfill your duty? Why are you not in the process? Why are you not in the process? Shankar, are you ashamed?
All right, we're now getting in the statement by the Chinnar corps that say that one JCO and two also personnel lost their lives. Their mortal remains have now been retrieved, and that the army vehicle slipped into a deep gorge. So the Chinnar corps issuing a statement of this tragic incident in which three personnel were martyred. Their mortal remains have been retrieved. Further details are awaited. But that's the first statement that has come in from the Chinnar corps, where the Indian Army has stated that one JCO and two OR lost their lives and that the mortal remains have now been retrieved. This, of course, after the army vehicle slipped into a deep gorge. So a statement now coming in from the Chinnar corps of the Indian Army saying that the Indian Army has informed about this incident with the Chinnar warriors in the Machal sector of J&K, in which the army vehicle fell into a deep gorge, which resulted in three personnel losing their lives and getting martyred in the same. Gursimran joining us for more details on that. Gursimran, if you can once again take us through that details you're picking up on the tragic incident in which three personnel lost their lives.
See, Samiksha, this incident has been reported in the forward area of the Machal sector in the Kupwara district that falls in the North Kashmir frontier of the Indian Army, wherein one JCO and two other rank officials of the Indian Army, they were on a regular patrol, the operational patrol ahead of in the forward area. And when a snow-laden track, that track skidded off and they went into a deep gorge. As per the Indian Army, the statement has been issued by the Chinnar Corps of the Indian Army. It says that the mortal remains of all three have been retrieved by the Indian Army. This unfortunate incident has been reported as the area is snow-laden and it is one of the toughest area to man, because when it comes to the Kupwara, it is the same area where the Pakistani infiltration bids are always on a high, because taking the advantage of the intense snowfall, Pakistan is always in a bid to push terrorists into the Indian territory. So Indian Army, this was a patrol of the Indian Army that was on a operational duty in the forward area along the line of control in the Machal sector, wherein the snow-laden track skidded off and they went into a deep gorge and they were killed in the line of duty. Now the mortal remains of these brave hearts have been retrieved, and in a short while from now, after the wreath-laying ceremony, they will be sent to their native places. The NOKs of these brave hearts have not been shared by the Indian Army yet, but it is expected that in a short while, the details of these brave hearts, which include a JCO and two other rank officials, will be shared.
All right, Gursimran, thank you for that update. So a statement that has come in by the Chinnar Corps, which states that the mortal remains of the three personnel who lost their lives have now been retrieved. We'll slip into a very short break for now, but news breaks and more news updates to continue on the other side as well. Anger across the nation over the Bengaluru killer apathy. India says citizens matter and heads must roll. Centre rushes teams to Joshimath as evacuation process gets underway. Demolition to take place next.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Step into luxury, where grace blends with grandeur and design blends with innovation. As your stress is washed away and you're transported in the lap of luxury. Qo European bath lounges. Let time wait.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks. Even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duty. Sir, what exactly? Sir, you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why are you not in your apologetic? Why are you not in your process? Why are you not in your... Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you...
Dramatic pictures of this protest which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the
And a quick roundup of news in brief from the world of sports. Real Madrid moved top of the EuroLeague standings after a dominant 79-59 win over Crvena Zvezda. This was also Real Madrid's third consecutive win that the side has prevailed by 25 points or more and the ninth best offensive display. Fenerbahce moved to within striking distance of the EuroLeague leaders after a dramatic 94-88 overtime win over Panathinaikos. A brilliant three-pointer from Marko Guduric, which levelled the scores at 78, earned the Turkish side a shot at overtime. Alba Berlin picked up its third straight victory and completed the season sweep of EA7 Emporio Armani Milan thanks to an 83-63 win at Mercedes-Benz Arena. A very short break coming up on the other side. Center rushes teams to Joshimath as evacuation process gets underway. Demolition to take place next. And Air India P-Gate accused who urinated on a 70-year-old to be produced before court.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duty. Sir, what exactly? Sir, you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why are you not in your apologetic? Why are you not in your process? Why are you not in your... Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you...
Dramatic pictures of this protest which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in here by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
So were you negligent, sir? Sir, you didn't perform your duty. So you did. So what exactly, sir? You guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why are you not apologetic? Why are you not apologetic? Why are you not apologetic?
Anger across the nation of the Bengaluru killer apathy Indians as citizens matter and heads must roll. In Tamil Nadu, it's a mega government versus governor face-off. The DMK and its allies will be meeting the Home Minister Amit Shah. The centre rushes teams to Joshimath as the evacuation process gets underway. Demolitions take place next. The Jain community will be hitting the streets in Hyderabad in protest against the Jharkhand government's move to declare their holy shrine as a tourist spot. An Air India P-8 accused who urinated on a 70-year-old woman will be produced in court. Good morning. You are with Republic TV. This is Live and Breaking, and I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, calling out the Congress's doublespeak, the BJP has said that on the one hand, visiting the Golden Temple, Fatehgarh Sahib Gurdwara, but also extending a hand of patronage and protection to Jagdish Taitla, Kamal Nath and Sajjan Kumar. This is the kind of hypocrisy that the Congress party is exhibiting. The question being asked is, does the Congress repent the statement of Rajiv Gandhi? Will they sack Jagdish Taitla? Now, do remember that Jagdish Taitla is accused in several of those anti-Sikh riot cases that are lodged in Delhi. However, the Congress party has been giving open support to Jagdish Taitla. We have in the past, of course, seen him on the election committee that was formed for specifically the Delhi MCD elections. He was seen campaigning over there. Now, pictures on your screen are of the senior leaders, of course, visiting the Golden Temple. So questions, of course, being asked about the duplicity there. You can see Rahul Gandhi over there visiting the Golden Temple. He's been to other Sikh Gurudwaras. Let's in fact listen into a reaction that the BJP is giving.
Rahul Gandhi ji, leave Bharat Jodo and start a hypocrisy chodo abhiyan. On the one hand, you visit Golden Temple, Fatehgarh Sahib Gurudwara. On the other hand, the Congress party extends a hand of patronage and protection to Jagdish Taitla, to Kamal Nath, to Sajjan Kumar, who was convicted after 34 long years. The Congress party always extended him protection. the Congress party gave promotion to Jagdish Titler. We've seen how he was given a responsibility in the Delhi MCD elections, in Delhi Congress, and worse, he was even made part of the planning team of Bharat Jodo in Delhi. This is the double face of the Congress party. They have never really truly apologized for the statement of Rajiv Gandhi, where he defended and justified the killing and the murder and massacre and the genocide of Sikhs when he said, "Bada ped girta hai, to dharti hilti hai." The Congress party time and again rubs salt into the wounds of the Sikh community by standing with the accused of the Sikh genocide. The Congress party has always stood with these rioters. Congress ka haath hamesha dangaiyon ke saath, and therefore today when it does this cosmetic correction and cosmetic action, it must tell us that if it truly believes in this cause and it truly has repentance in its mind, then will it sack Jagdish Titler? Will it sack Kamal Nath ji? Will it take action on all those people who are behind the Sikh massacre?
And Piyush Auri is reporting live on this. He joins us from New Delhi. Piyush, good morning. Piyush, any response that we are getting from the Congress party yet? Now, in the past, of course, they haven't really responded to any of these allegations.
So good morning, Nupur, and good morning to all our viewers who are viewing us at the moment. And yes, once again, you see that Congress is on the back foot, taking into consideration that in its Punjab leg of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and since it is in its Punjab leg of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, the BJP has once again hit out at Congress, saying that at a time when they are, visiting Punjab, why actually they are not taking action against Jagdish Titler and Sajjan Kumar, who are reportedly involved in the Sikh riot. In fact, the BJP has once again mentioned that this is again a hypocrisy yatra, which is the mention of the Congress, since it is not taking any action against those who are reportedly involved in the Sikh riot. So yes, the Congress is brushing all this aside, but once again, the BJP is in no mood of letting this go, and they are once again making the Congress party remind about those horrific riots which resulted in loss of lives of many Sikhs. Back to the studio.
All right, so Piyush, of course, is bringing us the details of the BJP hitting out at the Congress party over not taking any action against Jagdish Titler as well as Kamal Nath. Piyush, thank you for joining us. Now, in solidarity with members of the Jain community who are protesting across the country against the proposal to convert the Jain Tirth Palitana in Gujarat as well as Jharkhand into tourist spots, the community members of the V Sanskar Soldiers Hyderabad are organizing a Maha Rally between Field Khana Jain Temple and the Hyderabad Collector's Office. Aneri is reporting on this. She joins us live right now from Hyderabad. Aneri, good morning. Aneri, now this has been protests that have taken place in various parts of the country for a while now. They want the centre as well as the state governments to pay heed to what they are saying. But so far, of course, there seems to be little response from governments.
Well, that's right, Nupur. We have been seeing how the government of India had come up with a geo of putting a ban on the sale of non-veg and liquor at the Samit Shikharji, the sacred temple of the Jains. And also right now, after that, also we see that the Jain community here in Hyderabad are taking out a massive rally. As you can see the visuals here, a massive rally being taken out by the Jain community. Well, this is being organized by Sanskar soldiers and also all the Jain community members. As you can see, a large number of people have come together to take part in this massive rally here. And also, this is not the first rally which we are seeing. We have been seeing how there have been massive rallies which are being organized across the country. And right now, as you can see here in Hyderabad, massive rally being organized asking the central government to put a ban on the Jharkhand government's order to put Samit Shikharji as an ecotourism place. But also at the same time, now you can see all the people here in Hyderabad have been coming together, holding a massive protest. They will be moving ahead to the collector office, and also they will be submitting a memorandum to the collector. And also, as you can see, everyone here holding placards saying "Save Samit Mukherjee" and "Save Palitana," as you can see. Now, monks also have been taking part in this massive rally which is being taken out by the Jain community, and also at the same time now we see large number of people coming together demanding that the central government should come up with a proper GO, proper orders, that they should not convert the Samit Mukherjee temple into an ecotourism place where or a tourist spot, whereas this is a very holy place is what they have been saying, and that is why we see this rally being coming up in Hyderabad in support of the demand that has been growing, where thousands of people have now come together of the Jain community, large number of people, as you can see, everyone holding placards, save Girnar, save Shikharji. You can see that placard, save Palitana. All these banners, all these placards are being put up here by the Jain community members, and also at the same time we have been seeing that how since last few days we have been seeing not only in Hyderabad but across the country there has been a growing demand from the Jain community to put down the orders which have been given by the Jharkhand government, and now we see that large number of people have gathered here in Hyderabad taking out a mega rally, and they will be moving towards the collector office and submitting a memorandum to them.
Oh yes, absolutely. Now, so far, of course, faced with these unrelenting protests, we've seen state governments as well as the centre come out and say that we'll make sure that non-vegetarian food and alcohol is not served at these places. However, the Jain community's contention largely is that it will amount to desecration of their holy places. Is there any way that the government perhaps could find a middle ground on this with them?
Well, Nupur, we have been seeing how there was this order which was come up from the Jharkhand government, and now we see that the central government had definitely come up with an order of putting a ban on the sale of liquor and alcohol, on the sale of liquor and non-veg on the Samit Mukherjee. That's a very sacred place for all the Jains here, and also that is why we see that in solidarity with all the Jain members of the Jain community are in a way staging a protest. This is a mark of protest which they are doing against the proposal to convert the Samit Mukherjee temple into a tourism spot by the Jharkhand government. This is what they have now you can see how everyone have come. There's a Jain monk who has also taken part in this massive rally. As you can see, Jain monk also taking part in this rally. Well, one growing demand from the Jain community, that is save Shikharji, save Palitana, and that is why we have been seeing large number of people coming here together and organizing a Maha rally from the Philkhana Jain temple to the collector office. They will later be submitting a memorandum to the collector, and also at the same time they have been raising slogans of Jain of save Palitana, save Shikharji, and also now we have been seeing how this is not the first time. Well, we have been seeing how there have been rallies been taking place across the country, and also we have been seeing that how Jain monks were on a fast where they had also demanded that Samit Mukherjee shouldn't be converted into a tourism spot, and that is why we are seeing how now the Jain community in here have come up with a Maha rally, a mega rally which is being held by the Jain community members. Large number of people, as you can see, there are thousands of people who have come together. Even Jain monks are taking part in this rally as the demand is growing day by day. Nupur, we have been seeing that now a rally here has begun already.
Absolutely. Aneru, of course, is bringing us the details of this latest protest that is taking place in Hyderabad. Now, before this, of course, we have seen protests also take place in Mumbai and other parts of the country. This protest, of course, is against two issues, not just against the Jharkhand government, but also against what's happening in Gujarat to their shrines. I'm going to go back across to Aneri. Scenes, of course, did turn unruly earlier in these protests. Now, give us a sense of the kind of security that has been put in place to make sure that things don't go out of hand.
Well, Nupur, definitely now the Jain community members have taken permission for this rally, which they have been taking up. We see that police officials have also been deployed in large number because this rally is about 2 to 3 kilometers long rally, which they are taking up. Now you can see how all the women have come. They have a dress code which they have to wear red, and also at the same time we are seeing how there are flags of Jain community. They are placards which they are holding, and also at the same time we are seeing that large number of people have come together demanding that the government, the Jharkhand government, who have issued an order to who had also come up with an idea to convert Samit Shikharji into a tourism spot, and that is why we see this is a mark of protest which is being done by the Jain community members. Large number of people have come up here, and also we'll try and see how we'll try and speak to some of them here, and also at the same time we are seeing.
Right, absolutely. So Aneri, of course, is bringing us these pictures that we are now getting from Hyderabad. This does appear to have a large number of people who've gathered over there to protest what's happening to the Jain community shrines in Jharkhand as well as Gujarat. For the moment, Aneri, thank you. And let's move on and take a look at what else is making news across the country. As anger across the country continues to mount, the Karnataka Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai has assured legal action against senior officials and those directly involved in the matter. The eyewitness of the Bengaluru civic apathy case has narrated his horror, expressing disappointment over the negligence. He said that accidents are common on this road due to lack of signboards. In Tamil Nadu, it's a mega government versus governor face-off. The DMK leaders and allies will be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah and President Draupadi Murmu. The Governor, R. Ravi, and Chief Minister M.K. Stalin have been at loggerheads over a range of issues, including his refusal to approve 20 bills. Cracks on walls and roads, buildings on the verge of collapse. The situation in Joshimath continues to be serious as the centre has rushed teams to Joshimath to help with the evacuation process. The Jain community has hit the streets in Hyderabad in protest of the Jharkhand government's decision to declare the holy shrine a tourist spot. The Air India P-Gate accused Shankar Mishra, who urinated on a 70-year-old co-passenger, is to be produced before court. The Defence Ministry has approved 3 procurement proposals at a cost of 4,276 crore rupees to bolster combat capabilities of armed forces along the line of actual control with China. The procurement proposals were cleared by the Defence Acquisition Council, headed by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. A large number of tribals have assembled near the Parasnath Hills in Jharkhand's Girid district, urging the state government and the centre to free their holy site from the clutches of the Jain community. They also warned of severe agitation if their demands are not met. Nearly 70 bulldozers and excavators cleared 200 hectares of forest land in Assam's Lakhimpur district yesterday, affecting over 201 families, most of whom are Bengali-speaking Muslims. The rest of the land remaining, which is nearly 200 hectares, will be cleared today. According to the Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate the 26th National Youth Festival in Hubballi, Karnataka on the 12th of January at around 4 in the evening. The festival will witness the Youth Summit, which will witness plenary discussions on 5 themes stemming from G20 and Y20. Now, sources have informed Republic TV that yesterday at 4:30 p.m. a person called the Dhirubhai Ambani School in BKC and informed them that I have planted a bomb in your school, saying that the caller disconnected after that. Now, After this, the caller again called the school landline, and this time he said that he did it so that he could be caught by the police. The caller said that if I do this, the police will catch me and put me in jail, because of which my name will be on social media, and Mukesh as well as Nita Ambani will also notice him. Although the matter is serious, the Ambani family often receives threats. That is why the school has informed the police about this. The BKC police have now registered a case under Section 505 and 506 of the IPC. All right, so what we are learning right now is that there were two bomb threat calls that were made to the Dhirubhai Ambani school in BKC yesterday. That's the Bandra Kurla complex in Mumbai. We are given to understand that this caller called repeatedly, and on the phone line also said that he wanted his name to be splashed on the social media. Sandeep is joining us live and has more details on this. Sandeep, obviously, this would appear to be one of those crank calls that were made, but since it involves thousands of students, it would have been taken extremely seriously.
Indeed, yes, it is a very serious thing for Mumbai police also, because remember in the past also there have been several calls being made on the properties in fact being owned by Reliance and Mukesh Ambani as well. Remember in the past HN Reliance hospital was threatened for bomb, and apart from that now a caller, an anonymous caller from Gujarat, in fact that's what he claimed, calls Dhirubhai Ambani school landline number and threatens them about the bomb is being planted in the school. So definitely taking a serious note on this, the school premises in fact informed Mumbai police, and immediately Mumbai police officials started inquiry in this case. And in fact as far as the complaint is concerned, the person in fact mentioned that he want name and fame as Ambani family would also notice him. That's what he mentioned in the call as per the complaint. Now in this regards, Mumbai police has in fact registered a case with the section IPC 501 and 502 as well. So yes, Mumbai police has initially started an investigation. Most likely that police may nab this accused.
All right, Sandeep reporting on this from Mumbai. Thank you very much for joining us. So that's the latest that we are getting. The police are investigating this further.
जेडीयू के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ललन सिंह ने नीतीश कुमार के लिए प्रधानमंत्री की पद की दावेदारी पेश कर दी है। हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं जेडीयू के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ललन सिंह जी। ललन जी, कल आपने जमुई के एक सभा में कहा कि नीतीश कुमार बेहतर प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार हैं नरेंद्र मोदी के बनिस्पत, और आपने कुछ योजनाओं का भी गिनती किया कि उनका कॉपी किया है बिहार सरकार की योजनाओं का केंद्र सरकार ने। तो क्या ये माना जाए कि नीतीश कुमार अब प्रधानमंत्री पद के रेस में आ गए हैं?
नहीं, ये कभी हमने नहीं कहा कि मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी प्रधानमंत्री के रेस में हैं। मैंने ये कहा कि देश का प्रधानमंत्री बनने के लिए जो भी गुण चाहिए वो सारे गुण नीतीश कुमार जी में उपलब्ध हैं। मैंने ये कहा कि नीतीश कुमार जी का विजन है, उनकी सोच है, अपनी सोच को जो जनहित की योजनाएं हैं उसको कार्यान्वित कराने की उनकी क्षमता है। और उसी संदर्भ में मैंने कहा कि बिहार में कई योजनाएं उन्होंने प्रारंभ की, साइकिल योजना, पोशाक योजना, हर घर बिजली योजना, हर घर नल का जल योजना, ये सारी योजनाएं, महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए जीविका योजना, इन सारी योजनाओं को उन्होंने कार्यान्वित किया और इन सभी योजनाओं को केंद्र सरकार ने 2 साल 3 साल के बाद इसको अपने योजना बनाकर देश भर में लागू किया। तो नीतीश कुमार जी के पास विजन है, जो वो सोचते हैं आज
वो 3 साल के बाद केंद्र सरकार उसको करती है। मैंने यही कहा, तो इसलिए कहा कि प्रधानमंत्री बनने की का गुण नीतीश कुमार जी में उपलब्ध।
You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, anger across the nation of the Bengaluru killer apathy. India says citizens matter and heads must roll. The centre rushes its teams to Joshimath as the evacuation process picks up speed.
mass grave. Somewhere down the line, the Russian troops have crossed the line. Here you have bodies of children, bodies of women packed in a bag, and they've been dumped here. These are the images which shows you the reality of what really happened in the city of Bucha.
President Zelensky, the reason NATO is not giving you cover is because they are worried about a larger escalation by Russia.
When they felt that the other side is weak, Russia has been using their atmosphere as a weapon.
We don't preach journalism. We practice it.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duties. Sir, you didn't. Sir, what exactly? Sir, you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why are you not apologetic? Why are you not innocent? Why are you not innocent? Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
Dramatic pictures of this protest, which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in here by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duties. Sir, you didn't. Sir, what exactly? Sir, you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why are you not apologetic? Why are you not innocent? Why are you not innocent? Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
Dramatic.
The biggest news.
10 मार्च के बाद बुलडोजर चलेगी कि नहीं चलेगी?
10 मार्च के बाद फिर विकास और पेशेवर माफिया और अपराधियों के ऊपर फिर से बुलडोजर अपना काम भी करना प्रारंभ कर देगा।
The biggest newsmakers.
The government is not going out of its way to correct any political messaging.
After a point, it is like you can convince a person who wants to listen and think. But if I've already made up my mind, no argument can convince them.
The biggest events.
Another corruption case haunts the MVA. Multi-location ED raids on Hassan Mushrif. There's anger across the country over Bengaluru apathy. India says citizens matter and heads must roll. In Tamil Nadu, it's the government versus the governor face-off that's intensifying. The DMK and its allies will be meeting the Home Minister. Anger mounts against the Jharkhand government. Jain community takes to the streets in Hyderabad. The centre rushes teams to Joshimath as the evacuation process intensifies. Demolitions will take place next. And the Air India P-Gate accused who urinated on a 70-year-old woman will be produced before court today. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Live and Breaking. Now, the administration in Joshimath had started preparing for the demolition of two precariously standing hotels in the subsidence-hit Joshimath in Uttarakhand, but faced protests from their owners and locals on the issue of compensation, while more families were evacuated from the danger zone as the number of affected homes has now risen to 700. The hotels Malari Inn and Mount View were leaning towards each other, dangerously posing a threat to the human settlements around these structures. The Uttarakhand government had directed the razing of the unstable structures, starting with these two buildings. Now, the State Disaster Relief Force personnel, along with machinery and workers, had reached the site, and announcements were made through loudspeakers asking people to keep their distance from the two hotels. The area was barricaded and the power lines have been cut off. So pictures on your screen are of the preparations that were underway for the demolition of these two precariously standing hotels. To remember that about 700 families so far have been affected, and a large number of homes and shops as well as other commercial establishments in Joshimath have been declared as unstable with cracks appearing in them. I think Anuj, who's been reporting from Joshimath for us, spoke to the residents in the area, and here's what they said. All right.
आर्मी के क्षेत्र में भी काफी क्रैक्स आ गए हैं. हमने वहां से आर्मी को हटा के दूसरी जगह रख लिया है और सुरक्षित है. और कहीं कहीं पर हम दिन में काम करवाते हैं लेकिन रात को सोने नहीं देते हैं. और जनता की सुविधा के लिए हमारी यहाँ की ब्रिगेड बिल्कुल हर समय तैयार है. करीब 10 या 11 तो हमने दस्ते तैयार कर दिए हैं. हर प्रकार के इंजीनियरिंग से संबंधित होंगे, मेडिकल से संबंधित होंगे, जो जिस चीज का, आप ड्रिंकिंग वाटर से संबंधित होंगे, उसमें 100 से 150 लोग हमारे पास रहते हैं. 500 लोग तो हमने हर समय तैयार करे हुए हैं. और जो ब्रिगेड है, पूरी ब्रिगेड है, अगल बगल में पूरी आर्मी है हमारी, थोड़ी थोड़ी दूरी पर. वो भी सबको इंटीमेशन है कि कैसी भी स्थिति आएगी चौकन्ना रहना है. और हमारा जो आईटीबीपी है वो भी यहाँ पर आ चुकी है, यहाँ पर है. यानी कि ये समझिए कि स्टैंड बाय में सब यहाँ पर हैं, जरूरत पड़ने पर बुला भी रहे हैं. हर प्रकार की व्यवस्था सरकार कर रही है. और केंद्र सरकार, आप सब जानते हैं कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी पल पल की खबर ले रहे हैं. माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी यहाँ से हर चीज की मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं. और मैं समझता हूँ कि ये थोड़ा सा कष्टकारी तो है कि हमें अपने घर छोड़ने पड़ रहे हैं. और किराए के मकान को भी जब हम छोड़ के जाते हैं मोहल्ले से तो बहुत दर्द होता है, हम भावुक होते हैं। लेकिन ये तो मेहनत से बनाए मकान हैं, किसी ने पेंशन से बनाए, किसी ने दुकानदारी करी, बिजनेस करा और कोई मजदूरी से खून पसीना करके अपने छोटे छोटे मकान बनाए थे। लेकिन मजबूरी ये है कि इस समय पहली प्राथमिकता हमारी अपने लोगों के जीवन को बचाना है।
All right, we are cutting out of that and we're going to go across, I think, to Anuj to give us more details in terms of what's happening and how these preparations are now going forward. Now, Anuj, yesterday, of course, you know, the locals over there were extremely agitated about what's happening and the demolition process. But give us a sense of how many demolitions are we expecting to take place today now?
Well, it has not started yet. As we do understand that what has happened yesterday, let me give you the sense from the ground. The situation remains the same. The people are still on the road, and there you can see these are the protesters, these are the locals who were protesting yesterday. We have seen it through the evening and till the night, and whole night they were staying over here. And the situation remains the same. There the people are still sitting here. They are not allowing any kind of demolition. They are saying until and unless they are given assurance in written, they are not going to move ahead. They are not going to allow any kind of demonstration. That is something what has been demolition. That is something what has been specifically, categorically stated, that they want assurance that what is going to be the amount of compensation. In written, they want assurance of everything. That's something what we are seeing at this point in time. The situation remains tense. There is going to be a special meeting, an important meeting of the local administration, as well as, let me tell you, the Chief Minister has also called an emergency meeting where they are going to discuss about the future strategy, that what exactly is going to happen next. I am standing at the hotel only, the property which has to be demolished. Let me give you the sense what exactly the situation on the ground is. There you can see the kind of crack it is having, and that is why the government is saying that it is very important to demolish the property so that everybody should remain safe. And that's what something which has been stated by Ajay Bhatt, who is the Minister of Defence, and he and the Chief Minister himself has stated the same. Our first priority is to evacuate the people. Our first priority is to make them safe. That is why they have been shifted to the several shelter home also. But there on the other hand, the people are worried about the situation, that what exactly is going to happen in future. And that's why the people are on the street. They was here whole night, and that's something what we are seeing at this point in time. So we are just moving ahead. We'll try and talk to some of the people. We'll try and get a sense. आप अगर बता सके कि रात भर भी यहाँ थे, सब लोग यहाँ रुके हुए हैं, अभी क्या डिमांड है, क्या कहें?
मूवमेंट सर ये वन टाइम सेटलमेंट का है। जिस प्रकार से लगातार हमारी माताएं बहनें यहाँ बैठी हुई है और कहीं ना कहीं एक पाई जोड़कर इन लोगों ने अपना घर बनाया है, और घर टूटने का दुर्भाग्य उसी को पता है कि जो जानता है कि घर कैसे मेहनत से बनती है। परंतु आज हमारी माताएं बहनें एकजुट होकर ये आवाज दे रही है कि जो भी घर हैं जो टूट रहे हैं उनको उचित मुआवजा मिले और तत्कालीन मिले, और इनकी व्यवस्था कहाँ है, कहाँ रहने की व्यवस्था, कहाँ खाने की व्यवस्था है, तत्काल है। कई ऐसे परिवार हैं जिनके पास मवेशी
जो है कि अपने जो है कि आसियाने यहाँ से शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं, और मवेशियों का क्या होगा? अभी जानवर को आदमी को तो शिफ्ट कर दे, एक कमरे में पूरा परिवार शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं, मवेशी कहाँ जाएंगे? ऊपर से मौसम इतना खराब।
रात हमें बताया गया था कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जो है कुछ मीटिंग करके डिस्कस कर रहा है और आप लोगों से बातचीत करी जाएगी।
हाईकमान के तो उनको आदेश है ही नहीं, और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन क्या करेगा? उन पे भी दबाव डाला जा रहा है कि इनको हटाओ, मकान को तोड़ा जाए, मगर सरकार की तरफ से कोई जो है कि कोई आश्वासन नहीं है, न कोई इस तरह से बात और कंपनसेशन देने की बात कर रही है।
So they are still waiting for the assurance. That's something what we are seeing. We'll talk to the people over there. We'll get an understanding that what exactly is happening on the ground. माता जी, आप अगर बता सकें कि क्या
बार एक ही बात क्या बताना है हमें जी, ये बता के तो कुछ होना है तो तब हम दिन भर बचेंगे। कितना आ गए? बहुत सारे आ गए।
कोई आया है बातचीत करने? कोई आया है सुबह से?
सारा सुबह से ये लगा
कोई प्रशासन से कोई आया है?
प्रशासन मुख्यमंत्री आया नहीं आया,
कोई अभी तक बातचीत नहीं। कल भी हमने देखा था, आप लोगों को विश्वास दिला रहे थे कि कल सुबह आके आपसे बात करी जाएगी, क्या कोई आया?
नहीं है, कोई नहीं है अभी भी, नहीं।
अभी रात से आप लोग यहाँ हैं, क्या यहीं रहेंगे?
यहीं रहेंगे, अब यहीं रहेंगे।
लिखित में जब तक आप लोगों को नहीं
हाँ, लिखित दे दे हमको, ये मिल जाए, लिखित दे दो तो हम आ जाएंगे। जो हम मांग करें उसको दे दे, कोई हमारी दुश्मनी नहीं है, बस यही है। बस हमारी मांगे पूरी करो, बस यही है। सरकार से विनती है, बस
मुख्यमंत्री
एनटीपीसी को बंद कर दो।
So this exactly is the situation on the ground where the people are saying that they haven't got any assurance till now, and they are still waiting for the administration to reach them. They want a solution, and as we are seeing, the people are still on the streets. Yes.
All right, Anuj, of course, is continuing to bring us the latest from Joshimath, even as the process of demolition is yet to begin. The administration, of course, has said that it is looking into concerns of people whose homes will be demolished. Thank you for the moment for joining us, Anuj. Now, moving on, the RSS chief, Mohan Bhagwat's Muslims have nothing to fear in India remark has now sparked a massive political furor, while the NC has hit out, saying that no Muslims are afraid of Bhagwat and that he's trying to instill fear in the minds of people, while the BJP has come out in support, saying that India wants peace. Well, this, of course, has come out in response to the statement that was made by the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat in an interview to organizer, where he said that Muslims have nothing to fear in this country. Though now, this, of course, has found reactions across this political spectrum. The National Conference has hit out, saying that Muslims aren't afraid of Mohan Bhagwat, but there is a perception that he is trying to instill fear in Muslims. Let's listen in to that comment that has come in from Sheikh Bashir of the National Conference.
मोहन भागवत जी आरएसएस के चीफ हैं, सारी दुनिया जानती है, और मैं आपके माध्यम से कहना चाहता हूं कि भारत का कोई मुसलमान मोहन भागवत से नहीं डरता है। हर मुसलमान का अपना ईमान है, वो अपने ईमान से जीता है, अपने कि वो डर पैदा करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और दूसरी बात जो है कि मुसलमान हमेशा एक ईमान पे जीता रहा है। हमारे जो पैगंबर हैं, आखिरी पैगंबर, उन्होंने जो तालीम दी है, उस तालीम में किसी जगह भी नहीं लिखा है कि बेगुनाह को मारें। उसमें किसी जगह भी नहीं लिखा है कि उसमें, बल्कि यहाँ तक कहा गया है कि अगर आपका हमसाया गैर मुस्लिम है तो उसकी हिफाजत करना भी उसी की जिम्मेदारी है। डर वाली कोई बात नहीं है, लेकिन डराया जा रहा है। कोशिश की जा रही है कि ये सहमे हुए रहें। तो जब सारी ताकतें ख़त्म होती तो एक ताकत तो बचती है ना, जिस पर भरोसा है, वो अपना करिश्मा करती है। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि उन्होंने जो ये बात की है, किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में बात की है, दबाने की कोशिश नहीं करें। वो ये कहें कि जियो और जीने दो की पॉलिसी पर चलें। हर एक आदमी जो इस दुनिया में जन्म लेता है, उसको हक है कि वो अपने धर्म के हिसाब से जिए, और इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हमें इजाज़त देता है। तो पीछे जो इतिहास वो जिसका हवाला देना चाहते हैं, वो गुज़र गया। कब क्या हुआ छोड़ दीजिए, उस चीज़ को मत दोहराइए। आज के हिसाब से देखिए, दुनिया बदल गई है। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि आज हमको जियो और जीने दो की पॉलिसी पे जीना चाहिए, और हर एक आदमी को अपने धर्म के अनुसार उसको इजाज़त है कि वो कैसे जीना चाहता है जिए। दूसरे के मामलात में मुदाखलत ना करनी चाहिए।
And Kavinder Gupta of the BJP has also spoken to Republic TV. Here's what he said to us.
देखिए, स्वाभाविक बात है कि आज से 300 साल पहले से जो मुगल यहाँ पर आते रहे, वो हमलावर थे। उनको धर्म के साथ जोड़ना बिल्कुल अनैतिक होगा। वो कई बाहर के देशों से आए थे, अरब के देशों से आए थे और यहाँ पर आकर के हिंदुस्तान पर कब्जा किया, हिंदुस्तान को तबाह किया, हिंदुस्तान की जो हमारी संस्कृति थी उसको। आज मुसलमानों को ये भी समझना होगा कि कहीं ना कहीं उन्होंने धर्मांतरण करवाया था, लेकिन आज जिस भी धर्म में है वो रहें, लेकिन इस देश को अपना मान करके उनका जो पुराना समय है उसको भूल करके तभी ये चीज़ें संभव होंगी और हिंदुस्तान में एक शांति व्यवस्था बनेगी। इस प्रकार के विचार जो बात कहते हैं उसका कोई मूल्य होता है।
Madhurima now joins us live from New Delhi. Madhurima, that conversation that the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat had with the organizer is getting comments from across political lines. Tell us more.
Well, Nupur, this is a very important statement coming from the part of Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, where he goes on to assert over the fact that Mughals came, they infiltrated India, and post that because of the Mughal fury, a lot of conversions took place, and that is how the Muslim population came in, maximum of Muslim population came in existence in our country. However, he said that people may live the way they want to, and there's no need to really give it a second thought as to what religion you are practicing, but to understand the history of India, of the Mughal infiltration is important, so as to keep peace and so as to make sure that the peace prevails in the country. However, the National Conference has taken it with a pinch of salt that this particular statement wants to instigate some fear in the Muslims, and he's saying that though RSS chief is saying that Muslim need not fear, but there is a hidden agenda. So it seems like that the NC is reading too much in between the lines, where Mr. Bhagwat was stating mere facts, and such a fact which is documented in multiple historical books as well. But the NC is taking it, with an agenda that the RSS has tried to instill fear in the country, and that no Muslims are afraid of RSS or anything else, but an attempt is being made. However, if we see the statement of the RSS chief, if it's plain and simple, as it says that Mughals came in, they infiltrated, the fear caused a lot of people to convert, and all this is a fact, Nupur. However, the opposition parties coming forward and taking it, with a hidden agenda, they are trying to propagate the said ideology through which they have been minting political benefit, that the RSS has been trying to instill fear in the minority community.
All right, Madhurima, of course, bringing us all those details, reporting live from New Delhi. Thank you very much for joining us. So the RSS chief's comment to organizer getting political reactions. You are watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV, and we'll be getting you more news, so stay with us. Corruption case haunts the MVA, multi-location ED raids on Hassan Mushrif. And anger across the nation over the Bengaluru killer apathy. India says citizens matter and heads must roll.
Step into luxury, where grace blends with grandeur and design blends with innovation. As your stress is washed away and you're transported in the lap of luxury. Cure European bath lounges. Let time wait.
Dramatic pictures of this protest, which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks. Even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duties. So what exactly? So you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why are you not in your apologetic? Why are you not in your process? Why are you not in your... Ashamed of yourself, Shankar, are you?
A look now at the top international news. A proud moment for Indian cinema at the Golden Globes as RRR won the Globe for the Best Original Song. Composer M.M. Keeravani along with singers Kala Bhairava and Rahul Sittiganj won the Golden Globe for the Best Original Song for the track Natu Natu. A storm that smashed across California has left homes and streets flooded in the Central Valley city of Merced. Even as people try to recover, the next system in a powerful string of storms looms on the horizon. According to the California Department of Water Resources, the Fairmont Weir is flowing and forecast to flow in the next 5 days. Atmospheric pressure in California has resulted in the sudden increase in water pressure. Sarah Huckabee Sanders has been sworn in as Arkansas's 47th governor and the first woman to hold office that her father had once held. The former White House press secretary took oath of office in the State House of Representatives. Protesters gathered in Mexico City to express their opinion and opposition about a new migration agreement that's been forced between the US and Mexico. Demonstrations took place even as US President Joe Biden, the Mexican President Andres Lopez Obrador and the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau held a meeting at the National Palace. Two Ventura Country residents have lost their home when floodwaters swept through their trailer park. Sinkholes swallowed cars and raging torrents swamped towns as California was wrecked by more wild winters. Governor Gavin Newsom has warned that more storms will come over the next week. He further added that 3 more of these atmospheric rivers are expected to come down in the next few days. A fireworks factory in the northeastern Ukrainian city of Kharkiv has been hit by a Russian strike. No casualties were reported. Leaders of the United States, Canada and Mexico wrapped up their North American Leaders Summit, highlighting hemispheric partnership between the nations on trade, migration and climate change. The chief of the International Monetary Fund's mission for Egypt denoted the surging inflation in the African country was only expected to fall by the next fiscal. Ivana Holler has said that increasing prices were expected to remain elevated this year. Well, the opposition parties in Tamil Nadu seem to be wearing all black to protest. Pictures on your screen are of AIADMK MLAs, including E. Palanisamy, arriving at the State Assembly in black shirts as a mark of protest against the DMK government over the law and order issue, and the Speaker Appavu over the seating arrangement row that has been there between Palanisamy and O. Paneerselvam. Those, of course, are the two leaders of the AIADMK who don't quite see eye to eye. So there's been a confrontation that's been between them as well. So pictures on your screen are of the AIADMK attacking the government as well as the Speaker over the issue of law and order as well as the seating arrangement for Palaniswamy and O. Paneerselvam. Varshini is joining us live from Chennai. She has more details on what's happening. Varshini, give us a sense of the row between the two factions of the AIADMK and how this has led to a confrontation of sorts brewing between them and the Speaker.
Well, if you see, the AIADMK is the principal opposition party in the state, and as the Tamil Nadu State Assembly has been convened for the third day in a row today, the AIADMK leaders were seen wearing black shirts, trying to protest against the law and order issues that is ongoing in the state for quite some time now. As the DMK government has been brought under scrutiny and the opposition parties has been constantly arguing and opposing and protesting over the law and order situation prevailing in the state, the AIADMK party MLAs have come together in black shirts today, as a mark of their protest against the situation. Also, it is notable that the seating arrangement issue was also going on between EPS and OPS, since initially they were both together while the government was formed, and they were being seated together in the assembly. And now that the things are very much sore between the two of them, the EPS faction is not ready to sit along with OPS in the state assembly, and they have been constantly, trying to make changes in the seating arrangement by reaching out to the Speaker of the Assembly, Appavu, but there has been not any kind of changes made as of now. Therefore, this is also another reason why they are protesting. And so we also hear from Assembly sources that the AIADMK faction might, do a walkout anytime now, since they are unhappy with the DMK government regarding their seating arrangement issue, and also protesting against the law and order situation prevailing in the state, for which they are opposing the DMK government for not having proper safety and security measures put up in the state.
All right, Varshini reporting on that from Chennai. Thank you very much for joining us. So Varshini, of course, is bringing us the latest in terms of what's happening in Tamil Nadu. Pictures on your screen, of course, are of the latest row that's not just brewing between the two factions of the AIADMK, but also their row with the Speaker over what's happening in terms of the allocation of seats. This is Republic TV, and coming up next, anger is mounting against the Jharkhand government as the Jain community takes to the streets in Hyderabad. And the Air India P-Gate accused who urinated on a 70-year-old woman is to be produced before court.
Step into luxury, where grace blends with grandeur and design blends with innovation. As your stress is washed away and you're transported in the lap of luxury. Cure European bath lounges. Let time wait.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades, and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And This protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duty. So what exactly? So you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why you not taking apologetic? Why you not taking process? Why you not taking? Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
Dramatic pictures of this protest, which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house.
Viewers, a very good morning. You're watching Republic TV this Wednesday morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla. A lot of updates coming up. Especially, we'll get you more on what really happened and all the details after that terrible incident, civic apathy, which killed the life of a young mother and her small son. We'll get more details, but first, the headlines we're tracking right now. Corruption case haunts MVA, multi-location ED raids on. Anger across the nation over Bengaluru killer. Apathy India says citizens matter and heads must roll. In Tamil Nadu, it's a mega government versus governor face off. DMK and allies to meet Home Minister Shah. Anger mounts against sovereign government. Jain community takes to the streets in Hyderabad. Centre rushes teams to Joshimath as evacuation process gets underway. Demolition next. Air India P-Gate accused who urinated on a 70-year-old to be produced before court. Viewers, let's tell you details. What's happening now? Remember that yesterday there was a terrible case of civic apathy. A young mother and a small son, they lost their lives in Bengaluru. A day after the killer pillar claimed those two lives in Bengaluru in a shocking case of civic apathy, the Republic has now confronted the Chief Minister Bommai, who assured the citizens of strict action in the next 24 hours. The Republic confronts the Chief Minister there, who is saying that strict action should be taken and will be taken very soon. Remember viewers, a short while back we also accessed the FIR copy of the Bengaluru metro collapse incident, which had claimed those two lives, a woman and her just a 2.5-year-old baby son. And viewers, we can also tell you is that we are tracking the story very, very closely. The Chief Minister has asserted that they will be forming a committee to decide on how to go ahead with the investigation. And viewers, right now, Republic has gone ahead, and Republic TV has confronted the Chief Minister. Remember also, viewers, that the BMRCL had announced 20 lakh compensation as well. And a lot of questions are also being raised that why did this incident take place? Why are the authorities not taking responsibility? And why was a BMRCL MD blaming it on technicalities, blaming it on oversight, where 2 people lost their lives. But right now, viewers, the Republic has confronted the Karnataka CM Bommai. And let's play out that confrontation that Republic TV has had with the Chief Minister.
You told that the contractors will be named, sir. There has been no contractors who have been named. Sir, the contractor has also not been named, sir, because you stated that...
You gentlemen, you are in a hurry.
Yes,
yesterday they have done. Wait for 24 hours.
Okay. Sir, you told that the contractors will be named, sir. There has been no contractors who have been named. Sir, the contractor has also not been named, sir, because you stated that...
You gentlemen, you are in a hurry.
Yes,
yesterday they have done. Wait for 24 hours.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Prajwal. Prajwal, we saw that confrontation that you had with the CM there, Bommai. What did he tell you? What did he tell you? He has been saying that strict action will be taken. With a big point coming up right now is that the action should be strict, fast. Not only that, such incidents should not happen again in Bengaluru, which is the IT hub, and keep seeing these kind of road accidents.
Shivangi, now the government as well as the BMRCL are hinging on technicalities of this particular case, but all that the people are asking in simple layman's languages, the action should be taken and swift action should be taken against these contractors. These contractors should be named, these contractors should be shamed, their licenses should be cancelled, and all the tenders that is currently underway in the name of the NCC should be cancelled immediately. That is what is being asked now. So if you're not going ahead and taking any sort of action, and the people will have to wait, because it has already been 24 hours since this particular incident has happened, but there has been no sort of action seen on ground. Why were there big promises made stating that the heads will roll, senior officials will be punished as well? Because we also saw that Chief Minister Bommai also spoke last night and stated that the senior officials who are responsible for this, the owner of the company, will immediately be named in the FIR and action will be taken against him. But Republic accessed the FIR copy a few hours ago, and it is mentioning only the fact that they're mentioning about the contractors, on-site engineers, and also BMRCL officials. But where is the name of the contractor here? There is no mention of the contractor, and in the FIR copy it is clearly shown that it is unknown. So therefore, the Chief Minister has gone on to state that wait for 24 hours and an action will be taken. He also earlier had gone on to state that a high-level inquiry will also be conducted, and they will have a meeting as to how the inquiry should go towards as well. So we will have to wait, but so far there has been only words but no sort of action seen on the ground. So will there be an additional FIR filed? Because even if you look at the FIR copy, the FIR has been filed under sections 337, 338, 304A and 427, which are all bailable sections. They are all bailable sections, and with the battery of attorneys, the contractor can get away easily. Only the on-site engineers will be suspended, and the quality of the construction will have to be questioned here. So who is providing money for the quality of construction if you're going on and taking the tender? It is the contractor who's going on and doing this. He's taking money from the government, but the lives of the citizens over here is no matter to either the government or the BMRCL. So will the heads roll is one of the biggest questions we are asking, and will the motorists go on to travel safely on the roads of Bengaluru, because they have become killer potholes, killer roads, and now latest addition to it in the Bengaluru's long list of these killer accidents is these killer metro pillars which have come in now, which has gone on to claim the lives of 2 innocent people. We also spoke exclusively to the victim's father as well. The victim's father has clearly stated that he does not want the pittance, the sum of money which the government...
I'll come back to you in a moment. Prajwal. Of course, you have confronted the Karnataka CM Bommai. You have confronted him. We'll come back to you because, questions need to be answered. Because getting away with such a big tragedy is something that every common citizen, they want action to be taken. All right, let's go to JDSS Tanveer Ahmed joining us on the phone line. Very good morning to you, Tanveer Ahmed. Now, we are seeing this story develop, and we are seeing right now that the question coming out is that the contractors, the FIR is not mentioning them. The big question everybody's asking, and this is a question for every Indian citizen who stays in a city, that when will the authorities take responsibility for such incidents?
Shivani, we all know that what happened yesterday was absolutely sad, and we are also aware of what is happening here in Bangalore, whether it is the situation of potholes or lake management, land encroachment. It is a serious issue. But however, yesterday I was there on your Prime channel, and I told you that this is not a time for us to really take up political pot shots. And I'm sure the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka is doing everything possible to give a proper care for the system. And however, an FIR which the gentleman was speaking about, the anchor of the reporter of Republic, yes, he rightly mentioned that everything is bailable offences. But that's how the system is defined. It was an accident. And I'm sure only after a proper and thorough investigation report which is going to come from Indian Institute of Science, we would be in a position to determine what exactly has really went wrong. Before that, jumping the gun and really accusing the Chief Minister or the contractor or the BMRDH the chairman and the commissioner is going to be totally unrealistic and unreasonable. I'm sure we all need to really wait for the right report to come. Only then a suitable action can be really demanded, Shivani.
Right. But Tanveer Ahmed, the big question right now, which everybody is asking, is that when elections come, the kind of issues which need focus, they're not getting that focus. You know, usually in Karnataka, we're seeing politics being played out over Tipu Sultan. But stories like these are coming out at the same time. Civic apathy, roads, infrastructure, potholes. So isn't it time that focus should be given on these issues as well?
Shivani, Karl Marx says, and I repeat, religion is an opium of masses. I think a certain section of society and political parties have really seen and understood the vulnerability of people when it comes to these emotional issues. They see more traction. There is a saying in Uttar Pradesh कि जो मेट्रो बनाता है वो इलेक्शन हारता है, जो मंदिर बनाता है वो इलेक्शन जीतता है. So I'm sure here when it comes to politics is done for next generation. Politicking is done for next general election. Everybody wants to really concentrate on politicking. Actually, the blame, rather than the blame, I would request, I would appeal to the people of Karnataka in particular, in India in large, that if we start demanding these issues and we focus on these issues, and I'm sure the political class would also really understand what is more important. So it is
all right.
The Yatha Raja Tatha Praja Yatha Raja.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tanveer Ahmed, JDS spokesperson, joining us there, and also being joined by S. Prakash of the BJP. S. Prakash, BJP spokesperson, also joining us at this point of time. Now, S. Prakash, a very good morning to you on Republic TV. We wish you a very good morning. But the question right now being raised is that when will the fast action be taken? CM Bommai is saying that we'll take action within 24 hours, but big questions still remain. Who will take responsibility of what happened? 2 people lost their life. 2 innocent people lost their lives.
The agency which was undertaking the job is squarely responsible for the negligence and the death of 2 precious lives. There is nobody can defend them. Immediately, the contractor and the engineer on the site must be arrested for the negligence and booking them under the murder charges. The government has already ordered a strict action against those companies, and certainly the police would act and arrest them.
Right. But in the FIR, we don't see the name of the contractor in the FIR, which has been lost already. The victim's husband has lost their FIR, but there is no name of any contractor, even though the BMRCL has given a notice to the contractor and the concerned engineers.
FIR is filed immediately after the incident. Investigation will be followed by it, and certainly those who are responsible, the company which is responsible will be made accountable, and the person in charge will be arrested for the negligence and causing 2 deaths.
All right, thank you so much, S. Prakash, for joining us here, BJP spokesperson, Republic TV. So we are getting you back-to-back updates right now after that terrible incident, terrible tragedy coming out from Bengaluru, a case of civic apathy, where viewers right now, the top update is number one, Republic TV confronted CM Bommai, and CM Bommai has promised action in the next 24 hours. Illegal action has been promised. Number two, the big update on the story today coming in is that the contractor has not been named in the FIR copy accessed by Republic TV. We have accessed the FIR copy. That FIR has been registered by the victim's husband against 4 parties: site engineer, metro contractor, site in charge officers, and the BMRCL officers have been named in the FIR. However, the FIR copy has no name of any contractor and it says unknown. And as we continue tracking the story for you viewers, we're getting top updates. And let's go to Prajwal. Prajwal is joining us live again. Prajwal, you were telling our viewers a short while back about the FIR copy that there has been no name of any contractor. It says unknown. So the point is this is a Republic TV campaign as well, that we have to crush civic apathy. If the contractor is not even named in the FIR, how do we expect the investigation to go forward?
Now, Shivangi, as far as we know, it is being understood that all these on-site engineers were also summoned by the authorities as well. They have been questioned as to who was the one who was carrying this Phase 2B project near Hennur as well. So we will have to wait for action now, because one of the major questions that we are asking them is, it's very simple. There has been a tender which has been awarded to the contractor. The name of the company is NCC. It is very clear. It has been there. It is on paper. It is valid. It is legally mandated. There has been sums which has been transferred as well. So why is NCC not being named? We understand that it is still in the preliminary course of investigation. But to just write the name of NCC all that would matter for them. Investigations is underway. Law will take its own course. It will take its own time is what we understand. But these are small nitty-gritties which even the police, which even the law authorities could go on and follow in this particular regard. And also, it is not the only contract which has been awarded. There are several other contracts too which has been awarded to the same company. So if the quality of constructions being questioned here is not about one project, but several other projects as well. So if it happens in one project, what is the assurity, what is the safety for the citizens in the other projects as well is something which has to be questioned. This is the line of questioning that Republic has been asking them, so that more lives are not lost, innocent lives are also not lost. And apart from the contractor now, the BMRCL will clearly have a roster copy of the engineers who are going on and managing this. So we will wait for the course of action. We will wait for the action which Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has assured within 24 hours there will be concrete action which will be taking place. And apart from that, they will also go on and make sure that the owner of the company as well as these higher authorities will also be brought under task. They will be suspended immediately is what we get to understand at this point of time. But we will have to wait in for more clarification as of where the investigation is proceeding towards at this point of time. Shivangi, over to you in the studios.
Right, Prajwal, and Republic TV will continue its relentless coverage and campaign against civic apathy. Thank you, Prajwal, for joining us. Republic also spoke to the first responder and an eyewitness of this shocking civic apathy. Hear this out, viewers.
His wife was laying on the road under all of these iron rods. We just got her somehow. Me and few of others just got her out of the rods and everything, and we just moved her to the hospital just across the road. It's really very disturbing to me. Right from the morning, it's been really in my mind. Let it be anyone's kid. If there is any injury to any of the kid, it really disturbs us. And there are so many pillars on this road. I don't know which is going to collapse when. If this has happened, it might happen with the other pillars as well. What I would request to the government is that just have a very clarity check on all of them. We are not really sure that any of the pillars might come down at any time. So metro construction isn't a very small construction or something, but it's a very huge project. So in that case, they need to be very cautious with the movement of the traffic, even for the safety of the people across the roads. They need to have a complete, very clear boundary lines to define this is a place where you don't have to get into or something, and also it should be very clear to the traffic movement as well. There should be signs indicating the work going on and all.
And viewers, let's move on to the other story we're tracking here. Hitting out at Mohan Bhagwat over his remarks against Muslims, the AIMIM chief Owaisi has now hit out saying, who is Mohan to give Muslims permission to live in India or follow our faith? We are Indians because Allah willed it. Now that is a comment coming in, a political slugfest now after Mohan Bhagwat's remark. Now we are seeing this statement come out from AIMIM chief Owaisi. Like I said, he is saying that who is Mohan to give Muslims permission? This is what he is saying. And he's also adding, we are not here to adjust our faith to please a bunch of alleged celibates in Nagpur. And these are comments. I'm reading out the comments which are made by the AIMIM chief Owaisi. So this is a comment coming in. It's a statement. It's a statement which has come in from the AIMIM chief Owaisi, and where we are seeing a political slugfest play out over Mohan Bhagwat's remark coming in. Let's go to Harsha. Harsha, let's go to you and try to find out what really happened. Now we are seeing a political slugfest. We are seeing this statement come out. Let's take our viewers through what the AIMIM chief Owaisi is saying.
Now to go through the entire statement, entire speech of Mohan Bhagwat, he was exactly trying to say that these days there's a fear amongst Muslims. They need not to fear or afraid. The Muslims are the citizens of India. There have been many religious conversions, but it's the time they don't have to go through or get attracted to people who are trying to do that. He also suppressed seeing many issues. He said that everyone should have a policy to live and let live. This is the part of the Indian Constitution. There are many precincts, what he said in his speech, Mohan Bhagwat, but now it's not being taken very nicely by several Muslim leaders. Sheikh Bashir, Provincial Secretary of the National Conference, he exactly stated now political slugfest has started. Now Sheikh Bashir stated that who is Mohan Bhagwat? He need not to fear, must abandon boisterous rhetoric of supremacy. Mohan Bhagwat is trying to rhetoric of supremacy. He's trying to supremize all the Muslims. Now Sadin Owaisi also stated saying that who is Mohan to give Muslims permission to live in India or follow our faith. Basically, they have not taken the statement of Mohan Bhagwat very nicely. They are thinking that by this way, Mohan Bhagwat is trying to address a fear amongst Muslims, but it is not. It is a religious faith which is being followed amongst Muslims, but no one has to fear, and Muslims don't need the permission of Mohan Bhagwat to live in the country. Now, a lot of political slugfest started in the political scenario. Back to you, Shivangi.
Right, Harsha. Thank you so much for joining us there. A political slugfest playing out after RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat's Muslims have nothing to fear in India remark. It's sparked a major political furor. And it's time for a very short break, viewers. We continue to be live and breaking this Wednesday morning. Corruption case haunts the MBA now. Multi-location ED raids on Hassan Mushri. Anger mounts against sovereign government. Jain community takes to the streets in Hyderabad. Stay tuned.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
So were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duty. So what exactly? So you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why are you not in your apologetic? Why are you not in your process? Why are you not in your Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
pictures of this protest which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duties. Sir, you didn't. Sir, what exactly? Sir, you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why are you not in your apologetic? Why are you not in your process? Why are you not in your Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
Dramatic pictures of this protest which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming.
All right, viewers, getting some breaking news coming in. ED is conducting searches at 5 locations in Karnataka in connection with the cooker blast case. Searches are also going on at the residence of the accused Sharik in Shivamogga. The relatives of Sharik are also being searched, viewers. So we're getting these top updates for you right now, where we can tell you is that ED is conducting searches at 5 locations. And these 5 locations are across Karnataka in connection with the cooker blast case. Let's go to Shravan Sen, our senior editor, to help us understand what we can expect next. Shravan, over to you.
Well, in fact, Shivangi, now we have a confirmation coming in from the sources within the Enforcement Directorate that as we speak, searches are being carried out at 5 locations in Karnataka, mostly in Shivamogga district, where these searches are being carried out. This is in connection with the pressure cooker blast. Remember, this particular case was initially being probed by the Karnataka police, and thereafter this case was handed over to the National Investigation Agency, where there was a clear ISIS link that was essentially emerging with one of the main accused, Sharik, essentially being involved. We are now being given to understand that the searches that are being carried out right now in the state of Karnataka mostly are connected to Sharik's relatives and a few other locations where these searches are being carried out. However, there is no confirmation really coming in right now from the Enforcement Directorate whether at all searches are being also carried out at the residence of a Congress legislator. But Karnataka Home Minister's office essentially indicating that these searches are also being carried out at the residence of a legislator we're waiting for some more details to essentially emerge from the Enforcement Directorate. So far, the Enforcement Directorate maintains that these are searches that have been linked to Shaik's relatives and also the residence of Shaik, where the searches are being carried out in the district of Shivamoga. Now, just to put this into perspective, remember this was a lone wolf attack that was being carried out by Shaik. The pressure cooker, which contained explosive devices, were being carried by Shaik himself in an auto rickshaw when this pressure cooker exploded.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Shravan, for joining us here. The Prime Minister is also speaking. Let's go across to that.
Says that India is in a better position to deal with global headwinds than many other countries. This is because of India's strong macroeconomic fundamentals. OECD has said that India will be among the fastest growing economies in the G20 group this year. According to Morgan Stanley, India is moving towards becoming the world's third largest economy in the next 4 or 5 years. The CEO of McKinsey had said that this is not only India's decade, but India's century. Institutions and credible voices that track the global economy have unprecedented confidence in India. The same optimism is also shared by global investors. Recently, a prestigious international bank conducted a survey. They found that a majority of the investors prefer India. Today, India is receiving record-breaking FDI. Even your presence among us reflects this sentiment. Friends, this optimism for India is driven by strong democracy, young demography, and political stability. Due to this, India is taking decisions that boost ease of living and ease of doing business. Even during a once-in-a-century crisis, we took the path of reforms. India has been on the path of reform, transform, and perform since 2014. The Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan has imparted greater momentum to it. As a result, India has become an attractive destination for investment. साथियों, एक स्थिर सरकार, एक निर्णायक सरकार, सही नियत से चलने वाली सरकार विकास को अभूतपूर्व गति देकर दिखाती है। देश के लिए हर जरूरी फैसले उतनी ही तेजी से लिए जाते हैं। आपने भी देखा है कि कैसे बीते 8 वर्षों में हमने रिफॉर्म की स्पीड और स्केल को लगातार बढ़ाया है। बैंकिंग सेक्टर में रिकैपिटलाइजेशन और गवर्नेंस से जुड़े रिफॉर्म्स हो, आईबीसी जैसा मॉडर्न रिजोल्यूशन फ्रेमवर्क बनाना हो, जीएसटी के रूप में वन नेशन वन टैक्स जैसा सिस्टम बनाना हो, कॉरपोरेट टैक्स को ग्लोबली कॉम्पिटिटिव बनाना हो, सोवरिन वेल्थ फंड्स और पेंशन फंड्स को टैक्स में छूट हो, अनेक सेक्टर्स में ऑटोमेटिक रूट से 100% एफडीआई की परमिशन देना हो, छोटी छोटी आर्थिक गलतियों को डीक्रिमिनलाइज करना हो, ऐसे अनेक रिफॉर्म्स के माध्यम से हमने इन्वेस्टमेंट के रास्ते से कई रोड़े हटाए हैं। आज का नया भारत अपने प्राइवेट सेक्टर की ताकत पर भी उतना ही भरोसा करते हुए आगे बढ़ रहा है। हमने डिफेंस, माइनिंग और स्पेस जैसे अनेक स्ट्रेटेजिक सेक्टर्स को भी प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए खोल दिया है। दर्जनों लेबर लॉज को 4 कोड्स में समाहित करना भी अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा कदम है। साथियों, कंप्लायंसेस के बोझ को कम करने के लिए और उसके लिए केंद्र और राज्य दोनों के स्तर पर अभूतपूर्व प्रयास चल रहे हैं। बीते कुछ समय में करीब 40,000 कंप्लायंसेस को हटाया जा चुका है। हाल ही में हमने नेशनल सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम शुरू किया है, जिससे मध्य प्रदेश भी जुड़ चुका है। इस सिस्टम के तहत अभी तक लगभग 50,000 स्वीकृतियां दी जा चुकी। साथियों, भारत का आधुनिक होता इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, मल्टी मॉडल होता इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी इन्वेस्टमेंट की संभावनाओं को जन्म दे रहा है। 8 वर्षों में हमने नेशनल हाईवे के निर्माण की स्पीड दोगुनी की है। इस दौरान भारत में ऑपरेशनल एयरपोर्ट्स की संख्या दोगुनी हो चुकी है। भारत की पोर्ट्स हैंडलिंग कैपेसिटी और पोर्ट टर्न अराउंड में अभूतपूर्व सुधार आया है। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर्स, इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर्स, एक्सप्रेसवेज, लॉजिस्टिक पार्क्स, ये नए भारत की पहचान बनते जा रहे हैं। पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान के रूप में पहली बार भारत में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर निर्माण का एक नेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म है। इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर देश की सरकारों, एजेंसियों, इन्वेस्टर से जुड़ा अपडेटेड डेटा रहता है। भारत दुनिया के सबसे कॉम्पिटिटिव लॉजिस्टिक मार्केट के रूप में अपनी पहचान बनाने के लिए कमिटेड है। इसी लक्ष्य के साथ हमने अपनी नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी लागू भी की है। साथियों, भारत स्मार्टफोन डेटा कंजम्पशन में नंबर 1 है। भारत ग्लोबल फिनटेक में नंबर 1 है। भारत आईटी बीपीएन आउटसोर्सिंग डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में नंबर 1 है। भारत दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा एविएशन मार्केट और तीसरा बड़ा ऑटो मार्केट है। भारत के बेहतरीन डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को लेकर आज हर कोई विश्वास से भरा हुआ है। ये ग्लोबल ग्रोथ के लिए कितना जरूरी है, ये आप भली भांति जानते हैं। भारत एक तरफ गांव-गांव तक ऑप्टिकल फाइबर नेटवर्क पहुंचा रहा है, वहां तेजी से 5G नेटवर्क का विस्तार कर रहा है। 5G से हर इंडस्ट्री और कंज्यूमर के लिए इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स से लेकर AI तक जो भी नए अवसर बन रहे हैं वो भारत में विकास की गति को और तेज करेंगे। साथियों, इन सारे प्रयासों से ही आज मेक इन इंडिया को नई ताकत मिल रही है। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की दुनिया में भारत तेजी से अपना विस्तार कर रहा है। प्रोडक्शन लिंक इंसेंटिव स्कीम के तहत 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा के इंसेंटिव की घोषणा की जा चुकी है। ये स्कीम दुनिया भर के मैन्युफैक्चरर्स में पॉपुलर हो रही है। इस स्कीम के तहत अब तक अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लगभग 4 लाख करोड़ रुपए प्रोडक्शन हो चुका है। मध्य प्रदेश में भी इस स्कीम की वजह से सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए का निवेश आया है। MP को बड़ा फार्मा हब बनाने में, बड़ा टेक्सटाइल हब बनाने में इस योजना का भी महत्व है। मेरा MP आ रहे इन्वेस्टर से आग्रह है कि PLI स्कीम का ज्यादा से ज्यादा लाभ उठाएं। साथियों, आप सभी को ग्रीन एनर्जी को लेकर भारत की आकांक्षा से भी जुड़ना चाहिए। कुछ दिन पहले ही हमने मिशन ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन को स्वीकृति दी है। ये लगभग 8 लाख करोड़ रुपए के निवेश की संभावनाओं को लेकर आ रहा है। ये सिर्फ भारत के लिए ही नहीं, बल्कि ग्लोबल डिमांड को पूरा करने का एक अवसर है। हजारों करोड़ रुपए के इंसेंटिव्स की व्यवस्था इन अभियानों के तहत की गई है। आप इस महत्वाकांक्षी मिशन में भी अपनी भूमिका जरूर एक्सप्लोर करें। साथियों, हेल्थ हो, एग्रीकल्चर हो, न्यूट्रिशन हो, स्किल हो, इनोवेशन हो, हर लिहाज से भारत में नई संभावनाएं आपका इंतजार कर रही है। ये भारत के साथ साथ एक नई ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन के निर्माण का समय है। इसलिए आप सभी का मैं फिर से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं। इस समिट को मेरी अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं हैं। मध्य प्रदेश का सामर्थ्य, मध्य प्रदेश के संकल्प आपकी प्रगति में 2 कदम आगे चलेंगे, मैं आपको विश्वास से कहता हूं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Watching Republic TV. On the other side, in Tamil Nadu, it's a mega government versus governor face off. DMK and allies to meet the Home Minister. Centre rushes teams to Joshimath as evacuation process gets underway.
Step into luxury, where grace blends with grandeur and design blends with innovation. As your stress is washed away and you're transported in the lap of luxury, Cure European bath lounges. Let time wait.
Dramatic pictures of this protest, which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
So were you negligent, sir? Sir, you didn't perform your duties. So you did. So what exactly is so you guys didn't fulfill your duty? Why are you not in your apologetic? Why are you not in your process? Why are you not in your Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
Dramatic pictures of this protest which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV. Now, cracking down on striking public Punjab civil service as well as other revenue officers. The Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has declared that their protest against the arrest of an officer for allegedly taking bribes in Ludhiana is illegal. In strict written orders, Mann directed the Chief Secretary VK Janjua to suspend all officers who do not join duty by 2 this afternoon. So that's the latest that we are getting on this. Let's go across to Amandeep. Amandeep, tell us more about the action that the Chief Minister has taken against the striking officials.
Well, Nupur, a very harsh letter has been released by Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann against those who are protesting regarding the arrest of PCS officer. And in fact, this time he said, clearly mentioned in that letter, in fact, that if any officer will not join before exact the deadline of 2 p.m., he or she will be placed under the suspension. And in fact, his leave will be without pay. So this is a very strict action. And in fact, the most important point point is, Nupur, that Chief Minister himself is mentioning in that letter that this strike is amounting to a blackmailing and arm twisting of the government for not taking the action against the corrupt officers. That was a very hard language. It was written in the letter to all the officers, including PCS and the Revenue Department. Just because, Nupur, from yesterday till now, PCS and the revenue officers are on the strike. They are not reaching out the offices, and in fact this strike is all against the arrest of PCS officer who has been arrested in Ludhiana and posted in RTA. And in fact now the Bhagwant Mann is saying that this is arm twisting and blackmailing tactics that the officers are using, but that will not be tolerated by Punjab government. And before 2 p.m. everyone supposed to join their offices.
All right, Amandeep,
Yes.
bringing us those details. Thank you very much for joining us. So Bhagwant Mann asking the PCS officers to join back work immediately. Thank you for joining us, Amandeep. And here's a quick look at what's coming up next. Corruption case haunts the MVA. Multi-location ED raids on Hassan Mushrif. And anger mounts against the Jharkhand government. The Jain community takes to the streets in Hyderabad.
Step into luxury, where grace blends with grandeur and design blends with innovation. As your stress is washed away and you're transported in the lap of luxury. Qo European Bath Lounges. Let time wait.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duties. Sir, you didn't. Sir, what exactly? Sir, you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why are you not in your apologetic? Why are you not in your process? Why are you not in your Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
Dramatic pictures of this protest, which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP.
Well, sources have told Republic TV that there was a bomb threat call that was received at the Dhirubhai Ambani International School in the Bandra Kurla complex yesterday. The police have begun an investigation as to who could be behind this bomb threat. Let's go across to Sandeep, who's reporting from Mumbai on this. He has more details. Sandeep, tell us more about this bomb threat call that was received by the school.
Dhirubhai Ambani School in BKC, in fact, received a call yesterday at around 4:30 p.m. By a person, and in fact, in the phone call, he mentioned that bomb has been, in fact, planted in the school premises. After which, immediately, Mumbai police was, in fact, informed. Apart from that call, he also called the school once again, and he mentions that he had given a call to make sure that Neeta Ambani and Mukesh Ambani takes notice of this person, and so that he would be more and more famous, his name will be discussed everywhere. Now, as soon as the complaint was, in fact, filed by Dhirubhai Ambani school, Mumbai police reacted to this, and in fact had traced the location of this person, and this person is said to be in Gujarat, and in fact Mumbai police has registered an FIR in this case with sections of IPC 5051B and 5052. So basically the case is being registered, and in fact the investigation is in fact on, and Mumbai police will in fact form a team and nab the said caller.
All right, Sandeep reporting on this from Mumbai. Thank you very much for joining us and bringing us all those details. So an FIR has been lodged against the accused in this case. Coming up next in Tamil Nadu, it's the governor versus government face-off, which is worsening. The DMK and its allies will be meeting the Home Minister today. And the centre rushes its teams to Joshimath as the evacuation process continues.
Somewhere down the line, the Russian troops have crossed the line. Here you have bodies of children, bodies of women packed in a bag, and they've been dumped here. These are the images which shows you the reality of what really happened in the city of Bucha.
President Zelensky, the reason NATO is not giving you cover is because they are worried about a larger escalation by Russia.
When they felt that the other side is weak, Russia has been using their atmosphere as a weapon.
We don't preach journalism. We practice it.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades, and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the House.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
So were you negligent? So you didn't perform your duties? So what exactly? So you guys didn't fulfill your duty? Why are you not in your process? Why are you not in your process? Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
dramatic pictures of this protest which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks. Even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in here by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here.
Anjum sir, a 2-year-old has died. Will you take up moral responsibility? Will you resign from your post? This is also something which is being heard now.
If you feel that my resignation is going to bring back that life, definitely I would like to resign.
People are questioning you.
How can there be no action after 2 deaths? Can there be no accountability for civic apathy? Crush the civic apathy.
We're cutting straight across to pictures that we are getting of the ED conducting searches on the former minister and NCP leader Hassan Mushrif. The ED is conducting searches at a location related to the former minister and the conducting searches at a location related to the former minister and the NCP leader Hassan Mushrif in connection with the case related to the sugar mills corruption case. The ED searches are currently underway in Kolhapur as well as Pune. Now, this of course is being seen as a major swoop of the Enforcement Directorate as it has raided multiple locations in Kolhapur linked to the senior NCP leader and the former Maharashtra minister Hassan Mushrif. I think we've got Alisha with us on the phone line. She has more details. All right, we'll get more details on that in just a bit. But pictures, we are also now learning that the ED is conducting raids with connection to a sugar mill case. Let's go across to Kishale for more details on this. Kishale, tell us more.
Well, exactly as you were pointing out that this is a raid related to this person, former minister and NCP leader Hassan Mushrif, and this is happening in Kolkata. There are raids in multiple locations, and especially in this location at Benting Street in Kolkata. We are learning that a 5-member team of ED and bank officials are at that location, and this is related to a shell company and also a sugar mill which was located at this place, and there's a company named, we are getting to know preliminary information, very primary information. There's a company called Eatcot which was situated at this place, and it is learned that money was sent through Hawala to Bangladesh and different other places. That's what the preliminary information we are getting from our sources. And the raids are going on from morning 7 a.m. or 7:30 a.m. So this team is at that spot from 7:30 a.m. They are at that spot and they are raiding that apartment, that property. And this is related, again, let me put it, this is related to NCP leader Hassan Mushrif, senior former minister, senior leader of NCP, and this property is linked to this person. Also, it is known, I'm getting information, fresh information, that it is known that this flat was rented in the name of Anil Agarwal. Someone named Anil Agarwal, and ED had called him, tracked him, and this whole case is related to this NCP leader Hassan Mushrif, and the ED team and 2 bank officials are also present at the location. They're trying to understand the trail of this whole Hawala scam and this sugar mill as well, and they're trying to understand what are the documents present at that location, and we are getting visuals from that location as well. And we are also getting to know that they are asking people, our reporters from the spot are saying that they're asking people around that area about these names I'm talking about and who were actually staying in that location. So this ED raid is on. It's going on. They're raiding that location and they're trying to understand what they are getting from that, especially the documents and the links with the Hawala scam that I was talking about. Nupur.
Now, so Kishale, what we are given to understand is that there are actually multi-location raids that are currently on. So there are raids on in Kolhapur, Pune as well as Kolkata in this particular case. Now, give us more details in terms of what this, sugar mill corruption case actually is and how this shell company allegedly operated.
Well, exactly. We are getting to know that there are multi-location raid happening in Pune, happening in Kolhapur. That's the preliminary information, and also in Kolkata, in this location which I am talking about, especially in Kolhapur and Kolkata. This particular location, 78 Benting Street, this was rented by a person called Anil Agarwal. This is linked to this person, to this former minister Hassan Mushrif, and what we are getting to know that the sugar mill that was operating in these locations, it was registered as that, but there was also a company called Itacot, and what was happening was that, according to the ED sources, money was sent in Hawala to different locations. We are getting to know, I'm reading from that information, raw information that I'm receiving, that there are lakhs and crores of money that was sent to different locations via Kolkata, via this address. So this address I'm talking about where the ED raid is going on, it was used as a base to transfer money, to transfer documents, maybe to Bangladesh or some other locations. That's yet to be known, because this is very primary information that we are getting. The sugar mill was in the name of this minister Hassan Mushrif, former minister. However, this company Itacot, whose company is that? Who was the owner? That's not yet known. We have to know that. ED raids are going on. We are getting in touch with ED officials as well. We are trying to know from our sources. And also, what is the link of this Hawala with this sugar mill? That's also yet to be disclosed. But there is some link which is coming out of this former minister Hassan Mushrif, this person Anil Agarwal, this company Itacot, and the sugar mills and the whole Hawala scam. So preliminary information, but very strong information that's coming in. We are tracking this story. Nupur.
All right, so those are details that Kishale is just bringing to us. Kishale, for the moment, thank you for joining us. Now, even as we speak, of course, this is the sugar mill corruption case that is currently being investigated by the ED. We are told that a shell company was actually operating also out of Kolkata and is now being raided. Now, sources suggest these raids, I beg your pardon, are linked to the senior NCP leader. The ED is conducting searches at 2 other locations. One is in Pune and the other in Kolhapur. All right, news just coming in. We are now learning an FIR has been filed against the Nagarjuna construction company in the pillar collapse case. So this is a Republic TV impact that you're looking at. The construction company that has been involved in this has been booked in this case. So the name of the company is Nagarjuna Construction Company, and we are now learning that an FIR has been filed against this. Now, this, of course, is the case that had shocked the nation yesterday after a young mother and her 2.5-year-old had lost their life after this pillar collapsed in Bengaluru. Now, the construction firm has been named as the topmost accused in the FIR that has been filed. Of course, Republic TV has been asking for the authorities to essentially book these people who were behind this. And Prajwal now joins us live from Bengaluru. Prajwal, I believe you also have managed to access the FIR in this particular case. Give us more details. Apart from the construction company, who else is named in this FIR?
Finally, 8 people have been named in the FIR now, and we are getting this official clarification from the Home Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Aragangnanendra himself, who shortly a while ago also spoke to me, and he's given out the names now, Nupur. So we have been able to access these names. Accused number 1 is the Nagarjuna Construction Company, meaning to say that the case has been lodged against the company, and the state government will also speak about action as well. And there are high chances that the company might also be blacklisted. And accused number 2 is Prabhakar, who is the joint engineer of the NCC, Chaitanya, who is the director of the NCC. So now one of the directors of the Nagarjuna Construction Company is being named in. So some big names coming out. Matai, who is the senior project manager of the NCC, Vikas Singh, who is the project manager of NCC, and Lakshmi Pati, who was the supervisor and the site manager at NCC, Venkatesh Shetty. Now this name is very important here, Nupur. Venkatesh Shetty is the deputy chief engineer of the BMRCL. So now heads are rolling not only in the NCC but also in the BMRCL. A case has been registered now. They will be taken into custody shortly. Mahesh Bendekeri, who is also the executive engineer of the BMRCL. So now all these 8 names which we have been able to access, all of them will be taken into custody. And we are also waiting for an official confirmation as to when the accused number 3, Chaitanya, will be picked up from Hyderabad, is what his location is known, because Nagarjuna Construction Company is a company which is based out of Hyderabad now. So we will have to wait in for a confirmation whether the team from Bengaluru will be heading there to Hyderabad and going on to pick them too. But some swift action as soon as we pointed out the lapses in the FIR, stating that the names of the accused were not mentioned in. And finally, the Home Ministry has also acted on it with the Chief Minister's office as well. Now, more information coming in stating that all of them will be grilled by the investigation authorities, and a high-level inquiry committee has also been formed in this regard, and a detailed and thorough investigation will be conducted from a judicial standpoint of view, but also from a technical standpoint of view. We are also understanding that the Indian Institute of Science engineers will also be coming at the spot where this particular metro pillar collapsed, and they will be studying about the soil, about the structure, the supporting basements, and what led and what were the technical snags which led to this particular accident, which went on to claim the lives of 2 innocent people, 2 innocent citizens in Bengaluru, Nupur.
Now, Prajwal, of course, these people have been booked, and we are given to understand that perhaps, obviously an arrest will follow. But the other part of the story also is, Prajwal, that, there were people who were working at the site, there were bystanders, eyewitnesses, people who were living there, who constantly kept telling these people that there is something wrong with these pillars, they are leaning and perhaps they could fall and take someone's life. So obviously all of that was put aside and construction work carried on. So apart from, the structural engineers who perhaps are responsible for this, there is also apathy on, on the part of the civic administration.
Absolutely. The BMRCL will also have to take accountability into this, Nupur, as you were pointing out, because this is not been flagged off since the past 7 days or 9 days, as eyewitnesses had told. Netizens had also gone on to warn the BMRCL and the concerned authorities for the past 1 to 1.5 months across various metro sites in Bengaluru, mainly when it comes to the outer ring road in Hennur, or else even HSR layout for that matter, and even Bannerghatta road too, where the metro work is going on at a very swift pace as well. And one of the major problems that the residents, the pedestrians, mainly the pedestrians who cross the road by walk, their main problem was that there was no skywalks, there was no sort of signals or signature boards or warning signs stating that this is a metro site where work is under progress as well. And they had all pointed out to these authorities. They had gone on to give complaints as well, but no sort of action was taken. But only after the loss of 2 lives now, finally the government is acting on it, and now they have made a big move in naming the construction construction company and all the officials associated with it.
And Prajwal, that's a problem with not just Bengaluru, but wherever metros are being constructed, we don't see any signages. You know, people are allowed to pass under them. And that is something that obviously is fraught with its own dangers. I'm going to go across right now. Stay with us, Prajwal, to Brinda Adige, who's joining me on the phone line. Brinda Adige, action's been taken. We are told that, you know, in the FIR, BMRCL as well as the Nagarjuna Construction Company have both been named. But the fact of the matter, Brinda, is that this required a large hue and cry from the side of Republic for action to be finally taken. Till yesterday, we saw everybody trying to pass the buck.
You're absolutely right. Your channel initiated and relentlessly pursued this. And that is why they have filed an FIR today, after 2 days. But the bigger challenge just now is, will the court give permission to prosecute all of the culprits individually, whether they may be elected representatives, or they are bureaucrats, or they are contractors, or they are outsourced workers? Because most of our cases fall flat as they do not reach the court. And I'm so glad that an FIR has been registered. And I feel sad that Mother of Democracy will only register an FIR once a TV channel pursues it relentlessly. So we, the citizens, are the ones who have to demand and hold the government accountable, and now pursue them to fix that accountability.
Now, Brinda, isn't it really shameful that simple things like signages, you know, even if they are put on these under construction areas across the metro cities, wherever metros are being constructed, it could save lives. And this is a reminder of that, isn't it?
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right that signage, all forms of safety measures where you inform the citizens that coming here, going under this, taking or crossing over here is dangerous, so do not do it. Nothing, which means they take citizens for granted. Our lives don't matter to them. They only want our hard-earned money as our taxes, and they don't want us to question them. They are just public servants, they forget, but they treat us like the servants, and they think that they are feudal lords. Thank you, Republic, for pursuing this. But you remember that we have the larger battle to get the courts to prosecute these people.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And that battle will be fought. Thank you very much, Brinda Adige, for joining us. I'm going to go back across on the ground to Prajwal right now. Prajwal, you know, one of the things obviously is going to be in terms of action being taken is taking these people under arrest and thereafter questioning them, affixing responsibility, and also, as Brinda Adige was saying, you know, making sure that it reaches its logical conclusion and just doesn't get mired in the legalities of the system.
Absolutely, Nupur, because the end or the conclusion that we are seeing for the end of the fight has just started. This is only the beginning of the end for all these culprits here, because what we need to understand here is that, yes, finally they have been named, they have been shamed, there are actions that is being taken against them. But what happens through the course of the inquiry is something which everybody will be waiting for, because these are actions which will happen, and they say that because of the fact that the public forget things very shortly. But we will go on and pursue this particular case. We will see what the course of investigation is here, because one, we need to also be a watertight case that should be built around this entire accident which has taken place. So this goes on to prove a point to all the contractors and the engineers that if such particular accident takes place, they cannot get away easily, because so far only bailable section, the cases have been filed only in bailable.
All right, I'm afraid that's a poor audio connection that we have with you. We're going to come back to you, Prajwal. Dr. Shankara Guha also joining us on the phone line. Dr. Guha, you know, we were speaking about this yesterday. We were speaking about the apathy, and you know, at that time, of course, it wasn't confirmed that there had been loss of life, but action is being taken. But don't you think it's all right? We seem to have lost that audio connection. I apologize for that. I'm going to go back to Prajwal on this one now. Prajwal, All right. In fact, Prajwal did, of course, try and confront the Chief Minister, who also heads the Metros department, and here's what happened.
Sir, you told that the contractors will be named, sir. There has been no contractors who have been named. Sir, the contractor has also not been named, sir, because you stated
you
that...
You gentlemen, you are in a hurry.
Yes,
yesterday
sir.
they have done. Wait for 24 hours.
Okay. Sir, you told that the contractors will be named, sir. There has been no contractors who have been named. Sir, the contractor has also not been named, sir, because you stated that...
You gentlemen, you are in a hurry.
Yes,
yesterday they have done. Wait for 24 hours.
Okay.
All right, I think we've managed to get Dr. Shankara Guha back with us on the phone line. Dr. Shankara Guha, I was earlier saying that this kind of apathy now that exists in terms of the loss of human lives that are caused due to this, the fact of the matter is that in this case, because Republic TV pursued it to its logical conclusion, we've managed to get an FIR. But the battle has just begun, don't you think? Because, you know, in most of these cases, we see that the accused often goes scot-free because of clauses that are there in their contracts.
Absolutely. It's not just about the construction company being booked. You know, the entire system needs to be scrutinized. The buck doesn't stop here. It's just the war starts here. I mean, from the beginning, from the start, when they were awarded this tender, till the last person who worked on that particular thing, they all should be investigated. And what were the government engineers doing? Were there proper inspections being held by the government? All these things have to be looked at. You know, it's not just about booking the company. Okay, it's a start, but what after this?
Right.
We don't discuss about that at all. You need that. What after this? Who is going to be held responsible? And 2 lives have been lost. 1 young life. A small kid has lost his life. The family has been shattered. What about them?
And not just that, Dr. Guha, it's also about the fact that, you know, we don't seem to learn lessons from these tragedies. Specifically, look at Bengaluru. We've had so many of these instances. There have been pothole deaths. There was one in Chennai as well, of course. But despite all of this staring us in the face, we seem to learn no lessons. Civic apathy continues. So do you think that this will be just, one of those little wake-up calls, but they will soon be ignored? Or do you think that, hopefully this time round we'll see some work in terms of, putting in place signages, making sure that people are told and are made aware of dangers of construction on our roads?
I think, the government is very silent on this. It's been 3 years, 3.5 years, and so many deaths, as you pointed out, especially during the rains and the floods. We had so many mishaps. We lost so many lives. None of them have been brought to its logical end. I think somewhere we as people should join our hands together and sound a strong warning bell to the government. There is nothing more than people power. I think people should really raise their voice.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Dr. Guha, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. So as Dr. Guha is pointing out, of course, there needs to be a larger public messaging that needs to go forward in cases like this one. Now, an FIR has finally been lodged by the Bengaluru police. In this case, there have been 8 people who've been named as accused in this case. Various sections of the Indian Penal Code have been slapped against them. And the FIR, of course, has been lodged against the BMRCL. We are told 2 top executives of the BMRCL have been named in the FIR, as well as the Nagarjuna Construction Company, which has been named also in the FIR. Now, just yesterday, of course, Republic TV's Prajwal had tried to confront the Karnataka Chief Minister about what had happened. He told us we were in a hurry. Let's listen into what happened.
Sir, you told that the contractors will be named, sir. There has been no contractors who have been named. Sir, the contractor has also not been named, sir, because you stated that...
You gentlemen, you are in a hurry.
Yes,
yesterday
sir.
they have done. Wait for 24 hours.
Okay. Sir, you told that the contractors will be named, sir. There has been no contractors who have been named. Sir, the contractor has also not been named, sir, because you stated
You,
that
you
they would be
gentlemen, you are in a hurry.
Yes,
Yesterday they have done. Wait for 24 hours.
Okay.
All right, let's go back to Prajwal on that one. Now, Prajwal, of course, yesterday we were told by the government that we were in a hurry and we wanted action to be taken. But today, finally, of course, action has been taken, an FIR has been lodged. And it's only because, Republic TV tried to make sure that this reaches its logical conclusion and that lives of these two people, somebody pays for them.
Absolutely, Nupur, because this particular conversation that happened with the Chief Minister happened a few hours ago before these names were revealed, happened this morning. And the Chief Minister pointed out that we were in a hurry and action will be taken in 24 hours. It's also good to note the fact that the Karnataka state government have at least finally gone on to name the culprits. They have gone on to name the culprits in this. But
All right, we are cutting across to another breaking news story that we are now getting. We are learning that the main accused in the Air India P-Gate has denied urinating on a passenger in his bail application. Now, we were, of course, reporting earlier that he will be in the court today and he has applied for bail. We are told that Shankar Mishra has applied for bail, and his bail application that we have accessed, in that he has denied urinating on a co-passenger. Now, this case, of course, had shocked the country of Shankar actually urinating on a co-passenger. Now, it was highlighted after the passenger who faced this harassment had actually written to the chairman of Tata Sons, and thereafter action was taken. Samiksha is also joining us on this. She has more details. In fact, I think we've been able to access the bail application. So, Samiksha, tell us more in terms of what's written in his bail application.
That's right, Nupur, and as bizarre as it gets, accused Shankar Mishra in its bail application that he's filed in the court, he's denied urinating on the co-passenger. Now remember, this even as there have been eyewitnesses accounts to how this incident really happened, and there was a lack of action as well on part of the airline. In fact, just to take you through the finer details of this bail application, this application that's been filed by the accused in this case, which states that the applicant herein is a law-abiding citizen of India and was still very recently employed as a vice president in Wells Fargo. Now remember, he's been of course terminated by Wells Fargo. The applicant herein is preferring his application under section 437 of the CRPC, seeking bail. So absolutely bizarre arguments there that are being made by the accused here to seek bail in this case. Remember, he's in a judicial custody for 14 days. To talk you through the main points of this bail application that's been filed, which states that the applicant submits that the crew on board the Air India flight had woken him up during the flight, informed him about the alleged incident and suggested that he had been the perpetrator. Look how ridiculous it sounds, hereby he stated that it was the airline that woke him up while he was sleeping and suggested that he had been the perpetrator here. The applicant was shocked to hear about this particular suggestion and immediately protested this particular imputation. However, the onboard crew communicated and interacted with him in a manner that effectively left him with no choice but to cooperate with them instead. In any event, considering the fact that the alleged incident happened with a senior citizen, the applicant sought to alleviate the situation and tendered unconditional apologies and promised to compensate the complainant in this case. It is categorically submitted that the applicant vehemently maintained his innocence throughout the exchange with the complainant. Further goes on to say that the complainant also accepted that this unconditional apology and expressed her unwillingness to subject the applicant to any other trouble. So absolutely ridiculous and bizarre arguments there being made by the accused in this case, Shankar Mishra, Nupur, where he said that he did not urinate on the co-passenger. In fact, he was woken up by the airline and told that he was the perpetrator in this case, and thereby he cooperated with the airline in all that followed next. Also goes on to say that having considered the matter settled, the applicant was surprised to receive a text on the 19th of December 2022 from the complainant's daughter through the complainant's WhatsApp account, directing him not to communicate with them any further. The timing of this change in position is particularly egregious.
because of this stage, the scene of the alleged event, the aircraft in question would have obviously been clean and therefore completely vitiated. That since then the details of the alleged event have been leaked to the media, and the applicant is currently caught in a media storm and facing an effective media trial. So these are the arguments being made, that he's facing a media trial and that he's been made an accused by the airline. He was woken up while he was sleeping by the airline and called a perpetrator. Nupur.
Absolutely. Samiksha, of course, is bringing us the details of that bail application that has been filed by the accused in this case, who maintains that he had no idea about the fact that something like this had happened. And in fact, it was the airline crew that actually woke him up and informed him about what had happened. Samiksha reporting on this from Mumbai. Thank you for joining us. So that's the latest that we are getting in this. We are told that the main accused in this case has submitted before court that he had no idea that something like this had happened, essentially going on to then say that it was the airline crew which actually woke him up and told him about this incident. Harsha, does this appear to be a case of him trying to shift the blame?
Exactly. What Nupur we are seeing right now is that Shankar Mishra, before he was arrested by Delhi police official, he was continuously on the run. He apologized on the WhatsApp messages. Also, the statement which was given by his lawyer Ishika Khanna when Ishani Sharma, her advocate of the accused, when she gave a statement on behalf of Shankar Mishra, and that statement also they stated that he was continuously apologizing. He apologized and he compensated for the clothes which were made dirty. Though Ishani Sharma, while speaking to Republic, was also saying that he did or did not urinate is the matter of the fact which will be presented in the court. Now they are trying to shift the entire blame. Now he says that he knows nothing about it. He was sleeping. He was woken up by the flight crew, and thereby he was informed about this entire incident, and he was made the perpetrator. There was no option left to him, and he did cooperate with the victim and went to apologize to him. Now he's trying to show that he didn't do any of this. The very impossible thing, Nupur, in this entire case is that the airline doesn't have any CCTV camera, so anything could be seen what exactly happened inside the entire airline. But yes, we have the co-passenger, police as the eyewitness. There are few eyewitnesses whose statement have been recorded. Police has also managed to record the statement of victim, and therefore today, while the bail hearing of Shankar Mishra is to be heard in the Patiala House Court at around 2 p.m, there will be certain things which DCP Airport is going to put exactly what the victim has stated, what the crew member have stated, and what the co-passengers who have exactly seen that he urinated in an inebriated state, what the entire incident happened. So now, even if he's trying to shift the blame, he's trying to behave as he is innocent. He didn't do anything. This is entirely he's under media trial. He's being tried to. He's being made seen by the media that he is the culprit, which he actually is not. So they will pay. The lawyer of the accused, Shankar Mishra.
Right, so in a sense, Harsha, what he's perhaps playing at is the fact that he says that he was insensible to what happened because he did not know that it happened, and that he was informed by the airline that something like this has happened, and they made him apologize and play mediator. So in that sense, it does appear that he is trying to shift the entire blame of what happened on the airline, and his reaction thereafter was to what he had said, what he was told by the airline rather.
No, but though he is trying to now manage everything, he's trying now to say that, trying to shift the blame, he didn't do anything. It was the crew attendants who were exactly informed. He didn't perform anything like that. He didn't urinate on the fellow co-passenger. But Nupur, there are eyewitnesses. There were people who were sitting in the seat number 8, 9 and 10. The co-passengers, there are many co-passengers whom we have been able to speak to, have come on the show, exclusively joined the Republic campaign and stated exactly what has happened in the flight. So now even he is trying to shift the blame. He couldn't run away from the things he has done in the New York Delhi flight. He's trying to reframe his image again. He's trying to say that he's under media trial. It is media who is after him, after Shankar Mishra. But exactly this is what he has done inside the airlines. He urinated, and there are co-passengers, there are the Air India crew member who have responded, who have recorded this statement with the DCP Airport, where they have clearly stated that this is the incident which has happened in the airlines. After lunch was served. disturbed and there was urine everywhere. From where did the Nupur urine came? It was the passenger. The passenger in seat number 9B has seen everything from his open eyes. That he came, he stood up, he came to seat number 9A, he urinated on the victim.
Absolutely.
And the entire incident is being said by the crew member and the eyewitness. So now, though he's trying to shift the game, he cannot run from the accusations which are on him, Nupur.
Oh yes, absolutely, Harsha. So all of those questions, of course, will be taken up, and his bail application, just to tell our viewers, is slated to be heard at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. My colleague Shivangi also joining in from the Delhi newsroom. Shivangi, more details now emerging as to what he's written in his bail application.
Absolutely, and we have accessed that bail application, and if our viewers are watching Republic TV right now, we are seeing that the P-gate accused is denying urinating on the passenger. It's a very big turn of events right now. Nupur and Harsha as well, who's joining us with all the details. Now he's saying the accused is saying that he was forced to accept the blame. And this is a big turn of events. Because Harsha, all this while we were saying and we had accessed the complainant's copy as well. The complaint said that he had urinated on her. And then not only that, we spoke to eyewitnesses as well, Harsha. Eyewitnesses say that they saw this incident transpire in front of their eyes, Harsha. Just take us through exactly the details coming out in the bail application.
Exactly.
And if he's saying that he was not the one who did it, then who did?
Exactly, Shivangi. Now he is trying to shift this entire news, the entire accusation on someone else. Now he is trying to picture that it was not me, it was someone else who would have done that because I was sleeping. I was sleeping on my seat. It was the crew attendant who came to me, woken me and said that, sir, you are the perpetrator. You have done this. This entire incident has taken place. You have to apologize to the victim. I was forced to apologize and to cooperate with the victim. I didn't knew anything about. I didn't did this. I didn't urinate on the victim passenger. This is what Shankar Mishra is saying in his bail application. He's trying to apply for a bail, but when they are trying hard, Shivangi, they are trying hard that somehow Shankar Mishra should get bail today. This is a very important day. Shankar Mishra is the accused in the entire Air India matter, and it is not easy for him to get bail because DCP Airport has clearly is going to oppose his bail on the grounds of that he is trying to influence the victims, he is trying to influence the Air India crew member, he is trying to influence many co-passengers who have recorded their statement with the DCP Airport. So in order that he is a flight risk, he is an influential person, he will use his power to influence all the victim and the eyewitnesses. Therefore, bail should not be given to him. And now he's trying to pacify his image, trying to make himself better, and trying to show that he's under media trial. Media is after him. He has done nothing wrong. But Shivangi, there are eyewitnesses. There are there's the complaint of the victim where she has in detail described about the incident which has taken place. There are witnesses who have clearly stated that we were sitting next to the victim and the victim was drenched in urine. And he stood up from his seat number 8A, came back, urinated on the victim and then was standing there. There are eyewitnesses whose statements have been recorded by DCP station. So nowhere Shankar Mishra has a chance to prove that he didn't do this, there was someone else. He's trying to completely change the entire course of this entire accusation, the entire course of what exactly happened in the airline. But right now, Shivangi, it is not possible because there are eyewitness, there are the Air India crew member who have recorded their statement. Everyone has said this is Shankar Mishra who came up, who urinated, and then he apologized. He was in an inebriated state. He has consumed alcohol. There was a much amount of alcohol that he was already drunk state while boarding also, and after boarding also he had consumed.
Hold on for a second. Advaita Kala is joining us, women activist on the phone line. I just want to go across to a guest, Harsha, then we'll come back to you because you have all the details of the bail application. But let's go to Advaita Kala, women activist, who's joining us. Now, this is a story that we are showing all our viewers where the accused in the case is doing a complete U-turn. What do you think is happening right now, especially after an elderly woman, she was urinated on and she complained about it after a huge Republic TV campaign here. He got arrested finally and now he's turning the story around.
He's making a bad situation worse. I don't think his legal advice is really up to the point, because if he was inebriated, then they have an option. The defense has an option of using diminished responsibility. But the fact that he's completely outright denying it just goes to show that he has no respect for the other individual, the victim in this incident, and is going as far as to say that she's lying about the whole incident. I think it's going to be very hard for him to prove in court that this did not happen, given the fact that there was crew on board, there was an eyewitness on board who all witnessed this, as well as the crew who have physically cleaned her up. I think urine has a very specific smell, sorry to be graphic, but that's just the way it is. And I think it's going to be very hard of him to wriggle out of this situation.
Right. And when it comes to these cases, we see that some of the accused in these cases, especially when it comes to an elderly woman who was the victim here, we see a lot of times the accused, they do not want to accept responsibility. This is what's happening. They're trying to save face.
I think it's too late to save face. Thanks to the media, he has been publicly shamed, and I think this public shaming will also be a deterrent for other people who feel that they can get away with such depraved behavior. So I think there has been some form of justice in the fact that he has been highlighted and brought into the public domain and exposed for what he's done. Beyond that, I think the law will take its course, and I definitely think that the prosecution has a strong case, given that there are witnesses to this, and that the victim is who she is, an elderly lady, and she deserves justice more than anything else.
All right, thank you so much for joining us here, and let's continue our coverage on this story, viewers. Right now, like we told you, the kind of statements coming out from the accused in the Air India P-Gate controversy which had erupted, it's completely shocking, viewers. What they're saying, what he's saying, the P-Gate accused, Shankar Mishra, he's saying he did not even pee on the co-passenger, and he's blaming Air India. He's blaming Air India, complete 360-degree U-turn. And viewers, now we'll of course track the story, but many more stories coming out from India right now. Let's have a quick look at this national stories we're tracking. Prime Minister Modi will virtually inaugurate the 7th edition of Invest Madhya Pradesh Global Investor Summit in Indore. At the inaugural address, Prime Minister Modi said that India is in a better position to deal with the global investors and is moving toward becoming the world's third largest economy. BJP attacks Congress for its double standards. BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla hits out at the Congress, saying on one hand, Congress leaders visit Golden Temple. On the other hand, they protect Jagdish Titler.
Rahul Gandhi ji, leave Bharat Jodo and start a hypocrisy chodo abhiyan. On the one hand, you visit Golden Temple, Fatehgarh Sahib Gurudwara. On the other hand, the Congress party extends a hand of patronage and protection to Jagdish Titler, to Kamal Nath, to Sajjan Kumar, who was convicted after 34 long years. The Congress party always extended him protection. The Congress party gave promotion to Jagdish Titler. We've seen how he was given a responsibility in the Delhi MCD elections, in Delhi Congress, and worse, he was even made part of the planning team of Bharat Jodo in Delhi. This is the double face of the Congress party.
In solidarity with the Jain community, we are getting to know that the members of the V Sanskar soldiers in Hyderabad organized a rally, and this was near the Hyderabad collector's office. Jain members held protests against proposal to convert Jain, this holy site of the Jains in Gujarat, in Jharkhand, into tourism spots. RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat sparked a massive political furor by saying that the Muslims have nothing to fear. In India, the NC has now hit out, saying no Muslims are afraid of Bhagwat, and he's trying to install fear in the minds of the people.
भारत का कोई मुसलमान मोहन भागवत से नहीं डरता है। हर मुसलमान का अपना ईमान है, वो अपने ईमान से जीता है, अपने कि वो डर पैदा करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और दूसरी बात जो है कि मुसलमान हमेशा एक ईमान पे जीता रहा है।
While the NC attacked RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat for his remark on Muslims, BJP has now come in support, saying that India wants peace.
मुसलमानों को ये भी समझना होगा कि कहीं ना कहीं उन्होंने धर्मांतरण करवाया था, लेकिन आज जिस भी धर्म में है वो रहें, लेकिन इस देश को अपना मान करके उनका जो पुराना समय है उसको भूल करके तभी ये चीज़ें संभव होंगी और हिंदुस्तान में एक शांति व्यवस्था बनेगी। इस प्रकार के विचारक जो बात कहते हैं उसका कोई मूल्य होता है।
AIMIM chief Owaisi hits out at Mohan Bhagwat over his remarks against Muslims. Owaisi questioned Bhagwat for putting conditions on Muslim citizenship and further added, who is Mohan to give Muslims permission to live in India or follow their faith? AIADMK MLAs led by former Chief Minister EPS now have reached the Tamil Nadu Assembly in black shirts as a mark of protest against the DMK government and Speaker as well. Now, the AIADMK MLAs condemned the DMK government over law and order while slamming the Speaker over a row over the seating arrangements for the Palaniswamy and O. Paneerselvam. ED conducts searches over 5 locations in Karnataka in connection with the cooker blast case. Now, searches are underway and held at the residence of accused Sharik in Shivamogga. The relatives of Sharik were also searched. As per sources, Sharik's father had rented out one of his properties to Kimmanne Ratnakar, who used to use it as an office. ED is looking at the lease of rupees 10 lakhs as it is reportedly very high for the leased property. Indian Army has now trained villagers to fight terrorism post Rajouri terror attack. Village defense committees were given weapon training by Indian Army. Automatic weapon training being provided to villagers in Rajouri. All right, viewers, we're getting visuals coming in, viewers. Farmers demanding compensation. This is happening from Buxar. Visuals coming in from Bihar, where farmers' protest turned violent outside a power plant. And you can see the visuals coming in on your screen. The farmers are demanding compensation. You can see that some parts have also been set on fire. Flames on your screen right now. Because these protests have turned violent. Vehicles have been set ablaze. And those are visuals coming in from Bihar right now, viewers. And of course, as we get more details, we'll tell you. But the visuals of that on your screen, where we are seeing that the farmers there, they have a couple of demands that they want to be met. And we are seeing right over there that the farmers are protesting. And this is coming in after farmers were in fact thrashed during midnight raid. All right, let's go to Prakash. Prakash is joining us as well. Prakash, just take our viewers through exactly what's happening. There's massive furor on the streets of Bihar, and why are the farmers protesting?
Well, these farmers were demanding compensation pertaining to their land that has been taken in lieu of a thermal power station that was constructed in Buxar. And this deal was inked in 2013 itself, and the deal. तो ये जो बक्सर में जो हंगामा हुआ उसको लेके जो उग्र प्रदर्शन हुए हैं उसका मुख्य कारण ये है कि 2013 में थर्मल पावर प्लांट को लेकर एक डील हुई थी जो SJBN कंपनी है, वहाँ पर पाइपलाइन बिछानी थी कोयला और रेलवे के लाइन बिछाने के लिए, और उसको लेकर जो किसानों के बीच में डील हुई थी वो 2013 का रेट था। अब जो है किसान जो है मांग कर रहे हैं कि हमें 2022 का जो रेट है ज़मीन का, वो ज़मीन अधिग्रहण किया जा रहा है वो मिलना चाहिए। उसके लिए किसान लगातार प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं पिछले कई दिनों से, और जिसको लेकर प्रतिशोध की भावना, जो प्रदर्शन जो था वो इतना उग्र हो गया कल रात में कि पुलिस को लाठीचार्ज करना पड़ा मध्य रात्रि में, जो कि तस्वीरें हम दिखा रहे हैं। और उसके बाद कई लोगों को डिटेन भी किया, गिरफ्तार किए गए हैं 2-3 लोगों को। और उसी के प्रतिशोध में जो कल रात में पुलिस ने पिटाई की लोगों की, उसके प्रतिशोध में आज SJBN कंपनी के बाहर जो तस्वीरों में हम लोग देख सकते हैं कि कंपनी के बाहर उसके इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, उसके वेयर हाउस, उसके जो गाड़ियां लगी हुई थी उसमें आग लगा दी गई। उसके बाद मौके पर भारी मात्रा में सुरक्षा बल को तैनात कर दिया गया है और मौका पर DM और SP मौजूद है। स्थिति अभी काबू में है, नियंत्रण में है और किसानों की मांगे हैं। करीब 500 किसान ऐसे हैं जो मांग कर रहे हैं कि उन्हें 2013 का जो रेट है वो न देकर 2022 का रेट दिया जाए। और ये थर्मल पावर कंपनी है जो SJBN, उसके कार्यालय के बाहर और वेयर हाउस के बाहर ये सब धरना प्रदर्शन कई दिनों से चल रहा था, जिसको लेकर किसान उग्र हुए और ज़मीन के बदले अनुदान, उचित अनुदान 2013 का जो रेट है वो ना मांगकर 2022-23 का रेट मांगने को लेकर किसान आतुर है, जिसको लेकर पुलिस में कंप्लेन दर्ज की गई कि जो हमारे पास कागजात हैं वही रेट देंगे। लेकिन किसान जो है उग्र हुए, मध्य रात्रि में प्रदर्शन किया, जिसको लेकर काफ़ी वहाँ पर पुलिस द्वारा बर्बरतापूर्वक लोगों को, किसानों को मारपीट की गई उनके साथ। और जिसके बाद अब फलस्वरूप नतीजा ये आया है कि वो किसान उग्र हुए और उनके SJBN कंपनी की गाड़ियाँ, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, वेयर हाउस सबको जलाकर राख कर दिया। अभी मौका वारदात पर जो माहौल है वो शांतिपूर्ण है। वहाँ पर सभी जो किसान हैं वो खदेड़े जा चुके हैं और पुलिस ने सारे कानून व्यवस्था को नियंत्रण में कर लिया है। बैक टू यू।
Right, so we're getting these top updates right now. Prakash getting us top update at this point of time, and being joined right now by Sanjay Jaiswal, member of the Lok Sabha from the BJP. Thank you for joining us here. Now we're seeing these visuals come out where the protesters are vandalizing, setting ablaze vehicles. But the big question is that what they want is compensation for the land acquisition for the thermal power plant.
Oh, this visual is just for it started coming from yesterday, but they were agitating since last 70 days, and nobody was taking care of it. Their demand was very simple: that if you have delayed their payments, then give the money with interest. Instead of talking to them, instead of working on it, that how it should be materialized, nobody talked to them. And now what we have seen yesterday, they protested. And in reply of that, the police vandalized the houses of the villagers and the farmers. And that's how this protest has been taken place. So the prima facie goes to the administration when they were already sitting on a peaceful agitation. They were doing a peaceful dharna. The government should have had a talk with them. And their demand was that if you have delayed our payment, then you should give with interest. But instead of talking with them, police lathi charged yesterday night in their houses, and that was the reason all this awkward situation has arrived since today morning.
All right. So Dr. Sanjay Jaiswal, BJP leader, telling us that as farmers demand justice, compensation, they were lathi charged, there were midnight raids on them. Right now, farmers' protest turning violent in Bihar, the farmers asking for their right. All right, viewers, let's move on to the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV as well. And this is an update on what is happening after that cooker blast. Republic has access visuals of Congress leader Kimanne Ratnakar's office. And the big question is, did terror accused father lease property to the Congress Neta? And was the Congress Neta's property used for party activities? Now, viewers, as you can clearly see the visuals which are coming in as well. A short while back, the ED is conducting searches at 5 locations in Karnataka in connection with the cooker blast case. But right now, Republic has accessed visuals of the Congress leader Kimanne Ratnakar's office. And the big question is, did terror accused father lease property to that Congress Neta? His name has come up. There's a Congress link coming up right now to the cooker blast case. And the visual, that is that visual, viewers. That is that visual that you see on your screens at this point of time. Where, viewers, this is Kimmanne Ratnakar's office. And that gentleman wearing a white t-shirt, holding a mobile phone, that's Kimmanne Ratnakar. So viewers, getting these top updates coming in. Let's go to Prajwal. Prajwal, we're seeing the visuals as well, exclusive visuals for all our viewers coming in of the Congress Neta's office being accessed. Let's take us, viewer, through the kind of role suspected that this Congress Neta is playing in the cooker blast case.
So far we get to understand about the raid which has been conducted by the ED, but it is also being learnt that Kimmanne Ratnakar has also reacted and has gone on to give a completely different statement, saying that NIA has gone on to conduct these raids, and he had got a call this morning from the party office stating that he will have to come there, and once he had gone there, it is being now stated that this particular building where the old office of the Congress is leased for a period of 10 years for 8 lakh rupees, and the lease agreement is dated from 2015 to 2023, and this particular lease agreement was expiring in the month of June in 2023, that is this particular year. And meanwhile, the ED has not only raided this particular office, but they have also raided the residences of the accused in the Shivamogga trial blast case too, that is Maz Muni Ramat, as well as Mateen's residence too has been raided over here. And we get to understand that the ED is probing into the financial transactions of the accused in this particular case now, because the investigations were initially conducted by the NIA. Then the NIA also informed the ED about the financial angle too. And recently the NIA had gone on to make 2 arrests in Brahmavara, in Udupi, Dakshina Kannada district, where they pointed out that all the funds were being exchanged through crypto wallets via the dark web, and all these funds were being transferred from the Middle East, and it was being transferred from abroad by IS handlers. So the role of financial transactions is now being questioned by the ED, and they have gone into the depth of it. We also very well know about the role of Abdul Mateen Taha, who is one of the key handlers, and also Arafat Ali too. So 2 of these handlers had also gone on to transfer. 2 of these handlers had also gone on to transfer the money from abroad, and this is the particular financial transaction link which the ED is going on and questioning. Now the family members of Sharik had also received small sums of money into their bank accounts as well, and even Maz's family members had received the money, and now the source of this money from where they had received is also being questioned, because it is not only pointing out to international financial transactions, but is also being pointed out to domestic financial transactions here. So how are the family members receiving the money is one question, and even after they were taken into custody by the NIA, there has been some transactions which the ED had, which the ED was probing into, and finally now there were simultaneous raids which were conducted at 9 this morning by 5 teams, and it was a coordinated search operation which was conducted. So these are the information that is coming in at this point of time.
Right. And any kind of word coming in from the Congress Neta, from the Congress leader, Kimmanne Ratnakar? Has he said something? Has he made a statement?
He's shortly going to make a statement in this, and Kimmanne Ratnakar so far has he does not know anything about this, and they had only gone on to take this place for a lease for a period of 8 years. And once he got a call from the authorities, he immediately rushed to the office, and he was quizzed by the authorities as to why they had paid 10 lakh rupees, to which he had also provided these documents. These are the only reactions that we are getting in, but shortly we will also be getting an official confirmation from Kimmanne Ratnakar himself.
Right. So visuals are coming in, viewers, exclusive visuals on your screen. And now this is the Congress leader who's under ED lens right now. And at the same time, Prajwal, as of course the name of this Congress Neta is coming up, ED is conducting searches in multiple locations in Karnataka in connection with the cooker blast case.
Absolutely now, because what we need to understand is that this particular complex that where the Congress offices or the old Congress offices, because now the Congress office has been shifted to the new bus stand in Tirthalli. So this is the old Congress office is what Kimmane Ratnakar is maintaining. But also at the same point of time, this particular complex was owned by Shariq's grandfather, and after his demise, it was given to Shariq's father. We also know that Shariq's father also expired very recently, but later who was handling the financial transactions is also being questioned. One. Secondly, now Kimmane Ratnakar is stating that he did not know whether this property belonged to any relatives of the Shariq, and he did not exactly know what happened as well, because from what we understand now, this rental agreement or this lease agreement has been signed by one Mr. Naveen, who is the son of Kimmane Ratnakar's brother. So these are the initial reports which are coming out as well. So the ED has not picked him up. They have questioned him and then they have left from the spot. So we will shortly be getting in an official reaction from Kimmane Ratnakar himself, even as we are speaking here.
Right, and let's go to our senior editor, Shravan Sen, who's joining us from the Delhi newsroom. Shravan, now Republic has accessed exclusive visuals on a screen of a Congress leader, Kimmane Ratnakar's office, and many connections right now being suspected. Take our viewers through what this really means.
Shivagya, as of now, the Enforcement Directorate hasn't really officially named any of the Congress leaders. What we know so far is that the searches which started earlier in the day were basically at 5 locations in Shivamogga district itself. Sources within the Enforcement Directorate's Karnataka unit essentially indicated that most of these searches were basically linked to Shariq's relatives. And the fact of the matter is that they were basically looking at how did they receive the money for buying parts of the explosive devices, and the fact that he was staying at multiple locations. In fact, it turns out that for carrying out recce not just in the state of Karnataka but also other states, there was money that was received by Shariq, and that is also now under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. Now, there's already a predicate offence as far as this matter goes. You have the FIR that was registered by the local police station, and thereafter the National Investigation Agency has also stepped in. The mandate for the Enforcement Directorate primarily is to look into whether at all these sleeper cells, they have been getting the money, and where exactly has the money really been coming from, and that's exactly what they're focusing at. The Congress link that is basically emerging right now, more of the information essentially coming in from the Karnataka Home Minister's office with regards to the fact that the Congress leaders are basically under the scanner. The agency in itself has been completely tight-lipped. They haven't made a single mention of the fact that whether at all there is any political party link that has emerged in the investigation that has been carried out so far. What we can confirm is that the ECIR or the FIR equivalent of the Enforcement Directorate does not make a mention of any political leader. It primarily takes into account the fact that this incident had taken place, and they're looking at the findings of the Bengaluru police, because remember, they had also indicated that Shariq had received some amount of money. We do not know what's the quantum of money at this point in time, and that is exactly the focus of the central agency.
Absolutely, Shravan, and we're getting those visuals for all our viewers as well. And at this point of time, Shravan, if you could just take our viewers through exactly what kind of, what is the ED looking for at this point of time? What is a focus point of the ED? Because, you know, the kind of links which had come out initially in the cooker blast case, we were seeing international links, international handlers, we were seeing ISIS links come out as well. Very serious case, Shravan.
Well, not just the existence of an ISIS sleeper module in the state of Karnataka, but also other southern states, and the revival of these modules across southern states has been a major cause of concern, and that is the reason why the Ministry of Home Affairs has essentially directed the National Investigation Agency to look into the role of other such modules. In fact, it turns out that these handlers of people like Shariq were basically from outside India, and that is exactly why they suspect that this has been going on for quite some time. the existence of these modules and the entire the way it has been spreading into other states is been a cause of concern, not just for the National Investigation Agency, but also for the Enforcement Directorate, primarily because, remember, they're looking at who exactly is sending the money. The fact that they've been able to carry out the recce, the fact that they've been able to buy materials for assembling the explosive device, this wouldn't have been possible without some money actually coming into the system. And that is exactly why the Enforcement Directorate right now looking at who exactly was funding Sharik and who are the other people who are essentially involved in the Bengaluru blast.
Absolutely, Shravan. And in fact, when we talk about the story, if you could just take our viewers a little bit more about what are the, of course, the 5 locations being raided right now. Searches are on at the accused, the residence of the accused in Shimoga as well. Relatives are also being searched at this point of time. So, Shravan, you know, when ED is looking at the case and the lease of rupees 10 lakhs, that is exactly what's coming up, Shravan, isn't it? The lease of 10 lakhs, as it's reportedly very high for the lease property. That is something the ED is focusing on. And if you take our viewers through exactly why is that suspicious, because ED is saying that 10 lakhs as lease for property is extremely high in this case.
Well, in fact, you're looking at some of these properties that were essentially used by Sharik and his handler too. The fact that they were basically staying in these locations, and these locations were basically funded by a few other individuals, and those individuals have now been identified by the National Investigation Agency. We are given to understand that that same list has also been provided to the Enforcement Director to basically look into the movement and the fact that a large amount of money, the cash that was actually received. Now, how exactly was the cash taken into account by Sharik and others who have been part of this module is something that the Enforcement Directorate is investigating at this point in time. With regards to the alleged use of certain properties linked to the Congress leader, we're not very clear at this point in time because the Enforcement Directorate is completely tight-lipped about the political link that has emerged so far. What we do understand is that some properties that have been linked to political parties and political leaders have essentially come under the scanner of the National Investigation Agency during the searches that were basically carried out soon after they took over the case, and a report of the same has now been shared with the Enforcement Directorate, based on which these searches are being carried out. 5 locations is what we know so far, but the Enforcement Directorate essentially maintaining that all these 5 locations are basically linked to relatives of Sharik. There could be more development in this particular case, but we're waiting for more information actually trickling in from the Enforcement Directorate.
Yes, Shravan, stay with us. Samiksha here. If you can also throw some light on this particular angle, because on the lease amount here, we're given to understand that ED is looking at the lease of 10 lakh rupees, as it was reportedly very high for the leased property. So the very fact that 10 lakh rupees was the lease amount, would that also be probed by the Enforcement Directorate as to why was it rented at such a high rate?
Well, all of this would essentially fall in the ambit of what the Enforcement Directorate calls proceeds of crime. The fact that you have had a political leader actually giving the property on lease to one such accused in this particular case, they're going to look at what are the links and how exactly did they come in contact with each other. Now, for the Enforcement Directorate, the mandate would be very different than the National Investigation Agency. The NIA would be looking into whether at all there is a role of the leaders involved in the Bengaluru blast. That's going to be the concern for the National Investigation Agency. The Enforcement Directorate, on the other hand, would look at whether at all this money that has been coming in, is it through a Hawala transaction? Because remember, most of these modules that have been existing in the state of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, that would be on the basis of money that they would have got through Hawala transaction. The fact that they were staying at multiple locations, and these locations were essentially part of their reconnaissance, is also something that the Enforcement Directorate would be looking at this point in time.
All right, Shravan, stay with us, and just to take our viewers a recap of what we know so far, we've accessed those visuals of Congress leader Kimmani Ratnakar's office, and the big question here is, did the accused in this case, terror-accused father, lease property to Congress leader, and was the Congress Neta's property used for party activities as well? The visuals there on your screens of Mohammad Sharik as well, the visuals of the Congress Neta who's also under the Enforcement Directorate's scanner at this point in time. The visuals coming in right now from inside that office that in fact belongs to the Congress leader. So 5 locations in Karnataka which are currently being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. And two visuals coming in right now, these from Bihar's Buxar, where the farmers' protests have turned violent outside the power plant. The farmers have been demanding compensation. The visuals there on your screens of the farmers completely up in arms, staging protests in Bihar's Buxar. We'll try and go across to Prakash as well to get us the latest on that. But these protests being staged by the farmers, which seem to have turned violent in several of those locations in Buxar. In fact, the visuals in which you can see the buses there being set on fire as the farmers are staging a protest. In fact, more news that is just coming in of the police also using force on these protesting farmers. So a brutal crackdown on those protesting farmers who are demanding compensation from the government at this point in time.
किया है, गिरफ्तारियां हुई हैं और इस पर फिर प्रशासन का कहना है कि उचित कार्रवाई की जाएगी। जहां तक मुआवजे की बात है, जो केंद्र सरकार के अधिकारी हैं, जो सतलज जल विद्युत निगम लिमिटेड कंपनी की ओर से बयान आया है कि किसानों को मुआवजा दिया जा चुका है, कुछ का बाकी है जो कि प्रोसेस में है, लेकिन किसान आमदा हैं कि उन्हें 2022 का रेट मिले। विवाद इसी बात का है कि 2013 का रेट न मिलकर 2022 का रेट मिले। बैक टू यू।
So, Prakash, they're getting us the details of the visuals that are coming in from Bihar's Buxar, where the police has seen lathi charging on the protesting farmers. So, brutal crackdown on those farmers who've been staging a protest demanding compensation from the government. We'll try and go across to Prakash again to get us more details. But these visuals are coming in which you can see how these protests have turned violent in several of those locations in Bihar's Buxar. And we're given to understand these were peaceful protesters who were staging a protest, so we do not yet know what really led to these protests turning violent, in which buses were set on fire and that the police even lathi charged on these protesters. These protests which turned violent were outside power plant in Bihar's Buxar. We're given to understand that the farmers were demanding compensation and that the state police lathi charged on the protesters. Prakash is joining us live. Prakash, if you could give us more details as to what was really the cause of these protests turning violent, in which the police had to lathi charge on the farmers.
Well, a thermal power plant is under construction, in the process of being constructed by SJVN, a public sector undertaking of the Government of India. It is called the Satlaj Jal Vidyut Nigam Limited. And they had won a tender in 2013 for the construction of a pipeline as well as the railway track for ferrying coal for the concerned thermal power plant. And as a part of that, there was a deal that was inked between the public sector undertaking and the farmers for for taking over around 80 acres of land of 500 farmers. And thereafter, there were a deal was signed that due compensation would be given to all the farmers. But now that the farmers have been protesting for quite some time, and they have been demanding that the rates of 2022 be given to them, the rates of the land of 2022 be given to them, not of 2013. And the Satlaj Jal Vidyut Nigam Limited authorities have been saying that the compensation have been given to most of the farmers. Some are under process and they will be given in due course of time. But these farmers were protesting for quite some time on the outside the premises of the SJVN company in Chausa in Buxar area of Bihar, and as a result of which yesterday night what we get to know from the authorities that some of the farmers misbehaved with the authorities of the SJVN, as well as they pelted a stone, as a result of which the police had to resort to lathi charge in the midnight. And thereafter, as a mark of protest and in anger, these farmers, what they did was in the morning they burnt and set ablaze the entire infrastructure of the SJVN company, which we can see in the visuals that the office premises, outside the office, the vehicles that were parked outside the office have been set ablaze. Now, what we get to know that the local administration as well as the local police in Buxar district of Bihar has taken control of the situation. All the perpetrators of the entire violence have been chased away. Now the situation is under control, and the police have registered an FIR against all those who were involved in the protest and vandalized and damaged the government property there, and action is being taken against them. As far as the compensation deal is concerned, the government authorities says that they will have a negotiation with the farmers. They will let them know as to what are the rules and regulations as far as the compensation is concerned, because what the deal was signed between the farmers and the SJVN company is well known and in documentation of 2013. So further conversation would take place in consultation with the local district officials as well as the central government authorities. Back to you.
And Prakash, stay with us. So, as you're telling us, we're given to understand that the farmers were staging a protest for the last 86 days to be precise, yet no action was taken as far as the compensation to the farmers is concerned. Any word that has come in from any of the JDU or the RJD leaders as to why has there been so much delay, which actually led to these staged protests, and which of course have turned violent in Buxar?
There's been no word as far as the compensation is concerned. It's a SJVN company that is a public sector undertaking. The deal is between them and the farmers. That's what the Bihar government say. And they had won a tender, and the compensation was to be given in consultation with both the central government and the state government, but we'll try and get a word from both the authorities, the SJVN as well as the central government authority as well as the Bihar government, as to why there's been a delay in awarding the compensation to the farmers.
All right, stay with us, Prakash. We're getting more visuals right now. In fact, Bihar police was seen thrashing the farmers while they were sleeping at their houses. The visuals there on your screens that we are putting up right now, the police crackdown against farmers who'd been on protest for the last 2 months, demanding better fares as well as compensation by a state-run company. So these visuals that have come in which you can see the brutal crackdown there by the state police on these farmers. So these were midnight raids which were carried out, in which the Bihar police is seen thrashing the farmers while they were sleeping at their residence. So these visuals that have just come in which you can see the police barging inside their houses and using brutal force on the those staging protests. Prakash, of course, continues to be with us. Prakash, these are some very, very disturbing visuals, coming in which we can see the farmers as well as the police, the latter having, of course, forcefully seem to have entered their houses and using brutal force on the farmers.
Well, yes, it's a shocking visual that we can see on television sets, that the police assaulting the farmers brutally. Yes, they could have been punished, but not in this way, that in midnight and in this way, when the entire area of Bihar is facing extreme cold wave. And the action that has been taken by the Bihar police is condemnable. But what we get to know from the Bihar police is that deployment of force was asked from the SJVN company, and as a matter of fact, they had reported it to the concerned government authority, and thereafter the farmers had to be chased away because they were creating unruly scenes there outside the office of the SJVN company, and they were damaging the property. As a matter of fact, they had to resort to lathi charge in order to chase away the violent protesters and the farmers.
Stay with us, Prakash, and just to take our viewers through the details that are just coming in, these visuals that have come in, which shows the kind of situation that is prevalent right now in Bihar's Buxar, where you've seen how these protests by the farmers turned violent in several of those locations. Vehicles that were vandalized, the buses that were vandalized, set ablaze, and the visuals there on the left, in which you can see the police forcefully having barged inside the houses of the farmers who were sleeping late last night and using that brutal force on those farmers. Also remember, these farmers have been staging a protest for last 2 months, demanding adequate compensation from the state-run company. Yet no word that has come in from the Nitish government so far on as far as the compensation to these farmers is concerned. So the farmers having been picked up from their houses and being brutally beaten up by the state police. We'll try and get more reactions as well, but several questions that the JDU and the RJD will have to answer as far as the situation is concerned in Bihar's Buxar, where you can see how the buses were set on fire, and the visuals there in which you can also see the police entering the houses of those farmers and using brutal force on them.
ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का PSU है, उसको बता दो, हमने मैसेज कर दिया.
But the visuals that we are continuously putting on our screens are very disturbing, in which you can see the farmers forcefully entering the houses of those farmers who've been staging a protest and assaulting them using a brutal force, and this, of course, in wake of the protest being staged by the farmers for last 2 months, demanding adequate compensation from the government. Prakash is back with us. Prakash, take us through the details we know so far. Also, any word that has come in as of yet from the JDU or the RJD? All right, we'll try and connect with Prakash again. So, brutal crackdown there on the protesting farmers in Bihar. The CCTV footage there that exposes the police brutality. On tape, you can see the midnight brutality on the farmers. The the state police having barged inside the homes of the farmers, assaulting the farmers. The farmers having been picked up from their homes and brutally assaulted by the state police. So, these visuals that show exactly the kind of situation in Bihar's Buxar, the vehicles that were set ablaze, the visuals on the left in which you can see the state police having forcefully barged inside the house of those farmers who were sleeping and assaulting those farmers. So we continuously keep tracking all the latest on that. For now, moving on to a quick 1-minute report.
As we know that the Coimbatore car blast case is being investigated by the NIA officials. Now the NIA has taken 6 people. The accused who are currently in the prison have been taken under custody, and investigation is going on. Right now, last night, the NIA officials has taken 4 accused out of these 6 under their custody, and they've taken them to Coimbatore and they've taken them to the house of the deceased in the blast case, Jamesha Mubin, and conducted investigation. Similarly, these 4 people include Sanofar Ali, Mohammad Riaz, Nawaz and Tawfiq. These people were taken to Sanofar Ali's house and the nearby other locations as well in Kotingmedu and Ukedam areas of Coimbatore to investigate more on this matter. We are now learning from sources that this happened around 11:30 p.m. in the midnight, and more details regarding the investigation is still awaited. This is Vashni Ramu along with camera person Dilip from Chennai for Republic TV.
A very short break coming up. On the other side, from Pune to Kolkata, ED news tightens in sugar mill corruption case, ex-MBA minister in the dock. And RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat sparks controversy with Muslims have no fear remark. Owaisi hits out.
Step into luxury, where grace blends with grandeur and design blends with innovation. As your stress is washed away and you're transported in the lap of luxury. Cure European bath lounges. Let time wait.
Dramatic pictures of this protest, which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
News in brief, Republic exclusively accessed the bail application of Air India PG accused Shankar Mishra, who was denied urinating on the passenger in his bail application, further blaming Air India and claiming that he was forced to accept the blame as the crew woke him up and blamed him. In a fresh trouble for Mahavikas Aghadi, ED conducted searches at locations related to former minister and NCP leader Hassan Mushrif in connection with a case related to sugar mill corruption. The Enforcement Directorate conducted searches over 5 locations in Karnataka in connection with the cooker blast case. A short break after this, after Republic questioned Chief Minister Bommai, top bosses of construction firm now face arrest. Not dismissing ISI's threat, ED raids across 5 locations, Congress leader under lens.
Step into luxury, where grace blends with grandeur and design blends with innovation. As your stress is washed away and you're transported in the lap of luxury. Cure European bath lounges. Let time wait.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duties. Sir, you didn't. Sir, what exactly? Sir, you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why are you not in your apologetic? Why are you not in your process? Why are you not in your Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
कि उनको वेतन और सुविधाएं मिलनी चाहिए वो मिले, उनकी सैलरी भी इन्होंने नहीं दी। इतने बड़े पापी हैं ये। और 12 ऐसे कॉलेजेस हैं जो पूरी तरह से दिल्ली सरकार के अंडर आते हैं। यहां के टीचर्स की सैलरी भी उन्हें नहीं मिलती है। तो एक तरफ जो डीटीसी की बसेस में मार्शल हैं, मोहल्ला क्लिनिक के डॉक्टर हैं और जो कॉलेजेस के टीचर हैं, इनकी सैलरी, इनका वेतन देने का रुपया अरविंद केजरीवाल के पास नहीं है। लेकिन आबकारी घोटाले में जो पापी आपके नेता हैं, शिकंजा क्योंकि कस चुका है, जो जांच एजेंसी है उन्होंने भ्रष्टाचारियों का गला
So BJP's press briefing there hitting out at the AAP party. Slipping into a very short break, but news breaks to continue on the other side of the break. From Pune to Kolkata, ED News tightens in sugar mill corruption case, ex Mahavikas Sagari minister in the dock. And RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat sparks controversy with Muslims have no fear remark. Owaisi hits out.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers have broken the barricades and now they are marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. And this protest is getting aggressive. This protest is coming after both the parties clashed in the house.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, were you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duties. Sir, you didn't. Sir, what exactly? Sir, you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why are you not in your apologetic? Why are you not in your process? Why are you not in your Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
Dramatic pictures of this protest, which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks. Even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark.
Live from Bucha Masquerade.
Somewhere down the line, the Russian troops have crossed the line. Here you have bodies of children, bodies of women packed in a bag, and they've been dumped here. These are the images which shows you the reality of what really happened in the city of Bucha.
President Zelensky, the reason NATO is not giving you cover is because they are worried about a larger escalation by Russia.
When they felt that the other side is weak, Russia has been using their atmosphere as a weapon.
We don't preach journalism. We practice it.
After Republic question, Chief Minister Bommai, top bosses of construction firm now face arrest. In Bihar's Buxar, Nitish's cops barge into homes and assault farmers, brutality exposed on tape. No dismissing ISIS threat, ED raids across 5 locations, Congress leader under scanner. From Pune to Kolkata, ED news tightens in sugar mill corruption case, ex-MVA minister in the dock. RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat sparks controversy with Muslims have no fear remark, OVC hits out. And under arrest for urinating on a 70-year-old co-passenger, Shankar Mishra rallies bizarre defense, blames Air India. Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 1:30. I'm Suesha Sound and we begin this edition with what Republic has been able to access. Yes, these are pictures of Congress leader Kimmane Ratnakar's office, and the question is, did terror accuse father lease property to the Congress Neta? The Congress Neta's property that was used for party activities, and the ED is conducting searches at 5 locations in Karnataka in connection with the cooker blast case. Searches are also going on at the residence of accused Sharik in Shivamoga. Relatives of Sharik who are being searched, and according to sources, Mangalore cooker blast accused Sharik's father had rented out one of his properties to Kimmane Ratnagar, who used that as his office. ED is now looking at a lease of 10 lakh rupees, which reportedly is very high for the leased property. Listen in.
ಈ ದಿನ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ 9 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಮನೆ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂಥ ಕಚೇರಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಕಚೇರಿಯಿಂದ ದೂರವಾಣಿ ಮೂಲಕ ಕಚೇರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೆಲಸ ಇದೆ, ಯಾರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಪಕ್ಷದ ಕಚೇರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು. ಅವರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಇದು ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಯಾವಾಗ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅವರು ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಹಣ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು 2015 ಇಸ್ವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ಆಸಿಮ್ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ನಾವು ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ 8 ವರ್ಷದ ಲೀಸಿಗೆ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಪ್ರತಿ ತಿಂಗಳ 1000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ತಿಂಗಳು 1000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 31 ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನೀವು ಯಾವತ್ತು 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ನಮಗೆ ಠೇವಣಿ ಹಣ ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಿ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆ ಹಾಸಿಂ ಕುಟುಂಬಕ್ಕೂ ನಮಗೆ ಇರೋದು ಏನಿದ್ರು ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಲೀಕರ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಪಕ್ಷದಕ್ಕೂ ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮಾಧ್ಯಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪಕ್ಷದ ವಿಚಾರ, ನನ್ನ ಮನೆ ವಿಚಾರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಕಪೋಲಕಲ್ಪಿತ. ಆ ಹಾಸಿಮಿಗೂ ಜ್ಞಾನೇಂದ್ರ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇದೆ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಉಳಿದ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ತೀರ್ಥಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದವರು ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವರು ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೋಮು ಗಲಭೆಯ ತೀರ್ಥಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಅವರೇ ಆಗಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಈ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೋಮು ಗಲಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಆರೋಪಿ ಆಗಿದ್ರು. ಇದನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಏನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮಗೂ ಹಾಸಿಂ ಕುಟುಂಬಕ್ಕೂ ಇರೋ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಬಾಡಿಗೆದಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಲೀಕನ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೆಲವು ಚಾನೆಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿಮ್ಮನವರು ಮನೆಗೆ ರೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಂತೆ. ಯಾವ ರೈಡು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಂಥದ್ದು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 10,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ನಮ್ಗೇನಾದ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಡಿ ಅವ್ರು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಹೊರತು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿಂದೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಇನ್ನೇನು ಫ್ರಿಜ್ ಗಿಜ್ಜು ಸೋಫಾ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಬೇರೆ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಸುದ್ದಿಯನ್ನ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರು ಹರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಕೆಲವು ದೃಶ್ಯ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮಗಳು ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ನಡ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಉದ್ದೇಶಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹಾಗಂತ ಹೀಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದು ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯ ಕಲ್ಪಿತವಾದ್ದು. ಇದು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಇದರೊಳಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಲಾಭ ಆಗತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ.
And we are cutting across to more breaking news coming in this connection as the NIA has arrested another 2 terror operatives. This is regarding the Shivmoga ISIS conspiracy case where the NIA has arrested 2 ISIS operators relating to a conspiracy hashed by accused persons to further the terror activities of IS in India. The case that was initially registered an FIR and details of the accused persons arrested today are also with Republic right now. I want to bring in Prajwal, who's tracking every single detail on this story. Prajwal, tell us more of the 2 arrests that have been made and of course the NIA continuing with the search. This particular office that is also under the scanner, but we'll come to that later. Latest on the 2 arrests made.
Is showing that on the 10th of January, which on the 10th of January, which was yesterday, it is being learnt that 2 other ISIS operatives have been nabbed by the NIA, and both of them were radicalized by the prime accused in the Shivmoga trial blast case. And this particular case was registered in Shivmoga on the 19th on the 19th of September in 2022, and it is now being stated that the accused have been identified as Mazin Abdul Rahman, who is a resident of Devanayakanahalli near Davangere, and it is also being understood that yet another person, Nadeem Ahmed, has also been taken into custody here, one from Davangere and one from Dakshina Kannada. And mainly the investigations has gone on to state that Maz Munir Ahmad, who is one of the prime accused in the Shimoga trial blast case and also the co-accused in the Mangalore cooker blast case, had gone on to radicalize Mazin Abdul Rahman. And also further investigations and sources in the know of the investigation have pointed out the fact that they were classmates in the PA Engineering College, the same engineering college where two of the other people were picked up on the 5th of Jan. That is Rishan and yet another person who were taken in, who were also classmates of Maz Munir Ahmad. And it is also now being understood that Nadeem, the second accused who is being picked up in relation with the Shimoga trial blast case, was radicalized by Syed Yasin, who was an expert in assembling the bombs, had radicalized Nadeem, and he had also gone on to procure explosive materials by giving him cash too. And the accused persons, their houses has been wrecked, and it is also being stated that both these accused who have been arrested by the NIA had, they were part of a larger conspiracy, and they had also committed cases of arson, and there are also previous cases which has been registered against them in the Shimoga town police station at Davangere and as well as in Dakshina Kannada too. And now 4 people initially were taken into custody, which also includes Maz, Rishan and Yasin as well.
So now, Prajwal, give us the larger picture of the searches that the NIA is conducting. this particular Congress leader and how he has been questioned, and what all is the NIA now looking into?
Now, this particular Congress leader that we are speaking about is Kimmane Ratnakar, and in fact, these raids were conducted by the Enforcement Directorate. So, Kimmane Ratnakar has been questioned and he has been let off, but it is mainly to do with the fact that there was a property which was owned by the relatives of Sharik, which had been rented out to the Congress office for a period of 8 years from 2015 to 2023 for a sum of rupees 10 lakhs as lease. And every month they would go on to pay 1,000 rupees as maintenance charges. And now Kimmane Ratnakar has maintained that the sum of rupees 10 lakh rupees was not returned by Sharik's family members, and therefore they had not vacated this office. This particular office, which is in a commercial complex in Soppugudda in Tirthalli, was being used as a backup Congress office, but now it has been shifted, is what is being stated. And the Congress leader, Kimmane Ratnakar, is saying that this is BJP's conspiracy to tarnish his image as well as that of the image of the Congress over here. And Aragag Nanendra, that is the Home Minister himself, should clarify on this, because he would have more details. He's also taken a dig at the Home Minister of Karnataka, going on to state that Aragag Nanendra was the one who was responsible for the communal riots which had taken place in Shimoga, and he's stating that the BJP is trying to frame him in this particular case.
All right. For the moment, thank you, Prajwal, for getting us all these details. On that note, we step into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details in Bihar's Buxar, where Nitish's cops barged into the homes of farmers and assaulted them. The brutality that has been exposed on tape. Also under arrest for urinating on a 70-year-old co-passenger, Shankar Mishra rallies bizarre defense, blames Air India.
It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign, Arrest Shankar Mishra, is a national demand.
Sir, what you negligent? Sir, you didn't perform your duties. Sir, you didn't. Sir, what exactly? Sir, you guys didn't fulfill your duty. Why are you not in your apologetic? Why are you not in your process? Why are you not in your process? Shankar, are you ashamed? Shankar, are you ashamed of yourself? Shankar, are you?
Dramatic pictures of this protest, which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing constitution, and that is why they are protesting here.
Picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave.
We are reporting right from the BJP protest that was marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. You can see how the barricades have been broken over here. The BJP workers. The Jain community here in Hyderabad are taking out a massive rally. As you can see the visuals here, a massive rally being taken out by the Jain community, asking the central government to put a ban on the Jharkhand government's order to put Samit Chikharji as an ecotourism place. They will be moving ahead
to the collector office, and also they will be submitting a memorandum to the collector, and also as you can see everyone here holding placards saying save Samir Mukherjee.
And moving on, RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat and the comment he made where he said that Muslims have nothing to fear in India. That remark has now sparked a massive political furor, while NC has hit out saying that no Muslims are afraid of Bhagwat and that he is trying to instill fear in the minds of people. BJP has come out in support, saying India wants peace. Owaisi has hit out too. He said, who is Mohan Bhagwat to give Muslims the permission to live in India or follow our faith? A lot of reactions to this effect. Listen in.
क्योंकि भारत का कोई मुसलमान मोहन भागवत से नहीं डरता है। हर मुसलमान का अपना ईमान है, वो अपने ईमान से जीता है, अपने कि वो डर पैदा करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और दूसरी बात जो है कि मुसलमान हमेशा एक ईमान पे जीता रहा है। हमारे जो पैगंबर हैं, आखिरी पैगंबर, उन्होंने जो तालीम दी है, उस तालीम में किसी जगह भी नहीं लिखा है कि बेगुनाह को मारें। उसमें किसी जगह भी नहीं लिखा है कि उसमें, बल्कि यहाँ तक कहा गया है कि अगर आपका हमसाया गैर मुस्लिम है तो उसकी हिफाजत करना भी उसी की जिम्मेदारी है। डर वाली कोई बात नहीं है, लेकिन डराया जा रहा है। कोशिश की जा रही है कि ये सहमे हुए रहें। तो जब सारी ताकतें ख़त्म होती तो एक ताकत तो बचती है ना, जिस पर भरोसा है, वो अपना करिश्मा करती है। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि उन्होंने जो ये बात की है, किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में बात की है, दबाने की कोशिश नहीं करें। वो ये कहें कि जियो और जीने दो की पॉलिसी पर चलें।
देखिए, स्वाभाविक बात है कि आज से 300 साल पहले से जो मुगल यहाँ पर आते रहे वो हमलावर थे। उनको धर्म के साथ जोड़ना बिल्कुल अनैतिक होगा। वो कई बाहर के देशों से आए थे, अरब के देशों से आए थे और यहाँ पर आकर के हिंदुस्तान पर कब्जा किया, हिंदुस्तान को तबाह किया, हिंदुस्तान की जो हमारी संस्कृति थी उसको। आज मुसलमानों को ये भी समझना होगा कि कहीं ना कहीं उन्होंने धर्मांतरण करवाया था, लेकिन आज जिस भी धर्म में है वो रहें, लेकिन इस देश को अपना मान करके उनका जो पुराना समय है उसको भूल करके तभी ये चीज़ें संभव होंगी और हिंदुस्तान में एक शांति व्यवस्था बनेगी। इस प्रकार के विचार जो बात कहते हैं उसका कोई मूल्य होता है।
ये देश भारतीयों का है और इस देश में हर भारतीय नागरिक संवैधानिक तौर से भी बराबर है। जो लोग वोट बैंक की राजनीति करते हैं, और पिछले कई दशकों से हमने देखा है किस प्रकार से कांग्रेस पार्टी, अन्य दल वोट बैंक करती है, भय की राजनीति करती है, वो राजनीति अपनी जगह उनका करने की